Hello. Hey, hey. How are you doing? Welcome. Welcome. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm not stuck anymore. Hi. Welcome. I'm very blurred today. I feel like my brain is all over the place. Hi Narix, hi Will, hi Magpie, hi Dragon Colony, and hi Nexus, hi Chip. Oh my god. Hope you're doing. Oh my god, more pits. I'm trying to read. Oh god. 6 months when I read, I went to emergency walk-in due to concerns of a mini stroke, so I'll be getting meds tomorrow. So Bell's palsy is actually the first time I heard about something like that. Facial paralysis. Very scary. Essentially 2 or 3 steroids and 2 antiviral meds. Oh. Happy I wasn't stroking up, but unfortunately that I have Bell's palsy. Yeah, I mean... not much I can do, but offer... What? But offer some... I wish you all the best. Offer some best wishes. Inflamed nerves that being massive, causing all my face being paralyzed. Yeah, something like that. I was mega googling just now. I was like, oh, the first time I heard of Bell's palsy or something like that. My head's getting pooped all the way. I'm doing nothing. I don't know if I'm doing anything though. And hi Evie, welcome. Hope you are doing good. I feel like my brain's all over the place. Look, I have to wake up at 3 this morning. Oh wow. Okay, so my cousin has some problem going on that my cousin needs to needs to go from Cebu. Okay, so they're from Cebu. Wow, spin. They're from Cebu and then they need to go to Lambil. Right? So from Cebu to Lambil, in between is us, Miri, right? So it's Miri. And because it's already nighttime, they are using they're using bus. Yeah, they're using help. And they're using bus to go from Cebu to Miri first. So because it takes like about 5 hours to reach here, and it was like a very sudden situation, right? So they took the bus at 10 p.m. they took the bus at 10 p.m. and then they reach here at 3 a.m. Brother! I mean, okay, I understand it's like a very... It's actually a very emergency situation, right? Because my cousin's dad is in the hospital, has been hospitalized, and they're like very scared and stuff. So that's why it's very sudden, and it's very... Yeah, it's very sudden. And because, you know, we're their cousin, so of course we're gonna help. I mean, I'm not complaining that I need to help, I'm just complaining that I have to wake up at 3 a.m. in the morning. Right? So I feel like my brain doesn't work currently, but I think my brain cell should be enough to keep me going and try to get loot and try to get... trying to kill monsters as well. Maybe I won't be as aggressive this time, I don't know. But explosion is fun though. You sound exhausted? That obvious? Sorry, I didn't mean to like... I didn't mean to like be this way. Right, it is very... It's very sudden, right? So that's why yeah, It's so sudden, I don't have like... there's nothing else that I can do, honestly. You can always switch to a more relaxing game, but I do want to play REPO though. Maybe we can do like a few runs of REPO. Why not, right? Yeah. I mean, REPO in a way is kind of relaxing to me personally, since I'm just trying to kill monsters. Pretty much. It's fun. I like REPO, I honestly do. Weepo. Heck yeah, Weepo. Chip wanna join Weepo? Hi, Zandik. Okay, just checking. I don't think I'm missing anything. Okay, we good. This works. Oh yeah, this works. Are we using the same mods? As far as I know, yeah. There are updates and oh. Look. What this? Oh, could be broken. Uh-oh. The rest looks fine, but it's just the more players. Should we remove the more players for now, since there's no... I don't think there's more than 6, right? I don't think there's more than 6 people playing currently, as far as I know. I asked Breen. Breen said that she's going through a big board game, a very complex board game, so I don't think she can join. If she can, that would be nice, but no pressure, definitely. Ixon can join. Nexus is here. Who else again? Lex will join at a later time. Ooh, I didn't message Pause? Question mark? Yeah, I didn't. Pause is... I only have Pause Steam. Big Mac Large Huge, right? It's still so funny. I have 2 Big Mac Large Huge, like one with a space, one with no space. Big Mac Large Huge. Imagine if I join. I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind. Resi Shin, hi. Oh wait, that's the dragon that I've seen that I've seen around. Hi, Resi Shin. Wait, my brain is processing something. I am beyond blur today. Wow. Look, waking up at 3 AM is a bad idea. Don't be like me, alright? Don't be like me. Everything is fine. Hope you're having a good stream. Oh, honestly, I am. Having a good stream. I just love being here. But it's also like because I'm working. I woke up at 3 AM, so that's why my brain is like trying to process. No, the brain doesn't work, so I can only do jazz hands or something like that now. I do. Oh, thunderstorm. Do I just... Oh, I press this, right? And that's how my brain feels currently. Squish. Yeah, I mean, it's the same mod. I hope this one doesn't break the game, question mark. Does it? If I remove this mod, I have to export the code again, right? Or can we all just like do this? Does that work? That should work? Yeah, I think that should work, since I'm not really having more than, I believe, 6 people in the lobby. Yeah, yeah, I don't think there's more than 6 people. So I think this should be fine. Unless suddenly by some I don't know I don't know what's gonna happen, but if somehow there's going to be like more than 6 people, then I'll just enable it again and hopefully that works. I don't know, but I'm just gonna. Okay, I'm opening it up. Oh wait, Ixon is not here. So far. Oh, Ixon. Hey, yeah, Ixon's playing Minecraft. Maybe boop Ixon. I'm gonna boop Ixon as well. Yeah, my Discord, I can't boop. I'm just gonna. Oh, I have a boop emote. Okay, nice. Boop. Boop, boop. Just in case the time that the time I sent is right? Yep, it says 3 minutes ago. Good. I don't blame Ixon. Minecraft is so much fun. Especially when you get to play as a dragon. So good. I love dragon. Obviously I'm a kobold because I love dragon. Guardian. Life Boy Body Wash. Uruhime Momoko. The ads, man. Nice Pop. Mine's left. Mince left. I slept from 4 p.m. to 7 a.m. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's ooh. That's 15 hours of sleep. That's plenty. I feel like I want to sleep for that long, but at the same time I feel like I don't want to sleep for that long. Maybe? Nothing feels real. Okay, yeah. Maybe 15 hours of sleep may not be a good idea. I mean, it sounds good. It sounds good. It sounds good. One in 8,000 chance for it to say Mince Raft in the title screen. Are you sure? What if I go Google that one? This is all a dream? Actually, I'm not real, right? Thanks, box. Well, Ixon is not really replying. Breen must be still playing the board game. Which is fine in my book. Lex will join a later date, so I guess it's a 2-player. The milk box. I think 2-player is fine. Alright. I'm gonna open up the game and see if it breaks. Alright, let me close this one, open up this one. Wham! Cream pie? The milk pie? Pie sounds so good. Can I have pie? Is it weird that I don't... I don't think there's pie around Malaysia. We have a lot of different kinds of pastry, but no pie. Are you opening? Oh, you are? When you cream pie the kobold? It didn't happen, not real, fake news. Haha. It's my game. Oh. Something's happening, I think. Not anymore? Drink milk? Okay. Oh, there it is. What? Logi says a 1 in 10,000 chance to say mince raft. Mince raft. Alright, let me game capture this shit. There we go. Nice. Perfect. Is it just me or is the game kind of loud?
Question mark? I mean, graphic is fine. No, actually I feel like the game should be fine. Yeah. The game should be fine. Oh my god, it's lavender. Ow. I shouldn't host. I shouldn't host. Yeah, I shouldn't I shouldn't host. I'm not that friend. I don't think I have the best computer. I don't think I have the best internet. If it's only us two, it should not make much of a difference. Maybe? Oh. Bye bye brain cell. Nexus, could you try hosting one? I wanna see, like... I wanna see if there's like a different... Because obviously if I host it, there'll be no, like... No, lag. I'm gonna barge in. I'm gonna barge in. Oh, I don't need to barge in anymore. We can play for a bit.
Yes. Hello.
Yes. Oh my god, dragon.
Hello.
Yee.
Amazing.
Amazing. I love that. Dragon's so good. Oh, did it also say 200 MS on your end?
Yes.
Why?
I mean, we are on. I guess we are pretty far away. I don't know if my internet is that much better anyway.
I'm pretty sure.
But it might be better. I don't know.
Yeah, it's fine. We can give it a try. It's fine. I'm okay with this.
Okay.
Oh. Oh, we can configure more head here.
Okay.
And bamboo copter.
I could also boop Banshee / Post Patrol.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I didn't boot Post Patrol, I only have Big Mac Lurch. Huge.
Yeah. Let's see what she says.
Two cuties? Resty and Nexus? Oh, Spinal. Malaysia and Germany are practically neighbors. In a way.
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better be here for me for the next 2 minutes.
Gotta check out that mod. This mod is great. I mean, I don't know anything about mods for REPO. I'm just following what my friend does, and then just like put them put them in.
Alright.
Critical hit.
Okay. She has been booped.
We also have booped. We also booped the Ixen. I forgot I need to speak broken English. It's okay lah. I can still understand one. A little bit weird only. Thomas Dragon? That doesn't look like... That don't look like dragon eh.
That's probably partially because you have a... Wait, what?
That's just a head.
I don't know.
Thomas Dragon, I don't know. Tony?
Maybe it's a character from like a different game and they're just like called that.
Probably.
I mean, I can investigate. Wait, what?
TTG. What are these?
No dice. I'm not finding anything.
Oh my god, I can wear so many hats. I feel like I can wear so many. What if I just wear all the hats?
Makes you feel like you're playing Team Fortress.
I feel like it's probably gonna destroy the game's frame rate, no?
Wow. Only a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sure they're very well optimized. It's fine. Veteran helmet. Oh my god, Waluigi? I have to be Waluigi. I can be both Waluigi and Wario. Wait, oh.
Wario.
Waluigi. Yaru Iha? Yoshi?
We do have quite a bit of variety.
Yeah, there's so many things here. Oh hey, look.
I'm pretty boring in comparison.
Dodumon. Oh my god, I've been picked. Gonna go take care of the stuff. Hope to play this with you all sometimes. Heck yeah. I will do this every Saturday if possible.
Yeah.
Well, at least Saturday my time.
Take care.
Take care, Resi. Nick Fluff.
Fluff for everyone.
I love Nick Fluff.
So far, I have gotten no response.
Yeah, same. I don't blame Nixon. Minecraft is just too addicting.
Yeah. I guess they might be transfixed.
Yeah. It's all good. How many mons can I get? Agumon, Dorumon, and a Mizu? Amogus?
Amogus.
Amogus. Why? Borbs. Oh, Borbs. Oh, okay.
They do have... Yeah.
What is that backpack? Dragon Slayer.
It's a bit hard to see with all the.
I need as much animals behind me as possible.
Oh no, I've been booped.
Oh
How
my
could that
god.
happen?
Boop Nexus? Good. Oh, always boop
I
Nexus.
booped you back.
Eh, that's cheating. Koromon? Oh, I don't like that. Boop. Meows or Meowzik DJ.
Actually, is it possible to draw?
Uzi.
Who's that?
Monsters? Oh, monster drink. Gear? Oh my god.
What's that? Ah, that's that thing from that anime. Or was.
That looks pretty anime, yeah.
Wasn't that like the one with the. I forget how it's called. Like the big giant people outside of a giant wall?
Big giant people? That's kinda scary. Whoa, there's a huge sword.
Big sword.
Sword. Oh, sword L, sword R. Oh.
That's a little sword.
It's the Attack on Titan sword gear thing? Attack on Titan?
Ah, yeah. That's what it's called.
Oh my god, wait, I can just have a Gomamon just beside me?
Bonus creature. Bonus.
Banshee? There's so many mons here. So what if I just have all the mons with me? Lutumon?
Oh no. An entire menagerie.
Oh my god, Lutumon looks like a dragon with an orb. Lutumon Shadow Lord Raid Boss. Whoa. And now it's shiny?
The same, but more shiny.
Nice. Shiny good.
That's very polygon.
Yep. Oh, it's Salamon. I thought it's Salazar. God damn it.
Ah, shame.
Shame.
Maybe there's Salazar in there somewhere. Who knows?
Hopefully.
Can you actually search?
It would be nice if we
Oh,
can
I just
search.
noticed to the right. Ah, there's like F1, F2, F. So you can have multiple presets.
Oh. Oh my god, okay. Well, I'll be Waluigi today, and I feel like the Lutumon might be a little bit... Maybe not the raid boss version. There we go. I'll get that thigh? I will. The Brimstone Elemental is from the Terraria Calamity mod. Brimstone Elemental. Well, I see Booba.
Brimstone.
There's no Vmon representation. One of the most dragon Digimon out there. Makes me slightly angry. Yeah, where's X Vmon? I mean, Vmon is small. I like X Vmon more.
Dollar.
Dale. You think we can start first? Fish.
Go right. Next go.
Let's go.
Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
Go.
Echo.
Everyone ready? Yes.
I'll do
Which-
the get that die after.
Let's hope this will work.
Mac Jack.
Hello.
Hey, I'm Waluki.
But you are.
I'm Waluki, animal tamer. Right, how do you play this game? Just throw things in, right?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Get items, become rich.
Money. Oh, there's something.
So weird.
Money.
So weird playing that with so little ping.
500 money. I have things.
You can get the card a bit closer if you want.
It's all good.
Actually.
Money.
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 Amazing.
Shiny cup. Oh. Oh, that's a thing?
Oh, a computer. Amazing.
Oh my god, I can play Minecraft with this.
Yeah. A repo.
Oh, Repo, exactly. Most likely Repo, because Repo is so less intensive.
What's that noise? Was there a monster?
Maybe?
Oh no.
Did they,
We're doomed.
did they open up the door?
Doomed, I see. There's a bonsai tree and jewelry.
Jewelry.
Ooh, and a hard drive down here.
Jewelry. I got the shiny box. Oh, there's one more
You
thing.
almost have enough to extract.
Yeah. Oh, Scarecrow.
Oh, that's the worst one. No.
I don't like Scarecrow.
No one likes Scarecrow.
I don't have explosion to explode on Scarecrow. Looks like Scarecrow is camping that spot as well. Oh, Scarecrow. Yeah, it's camping that
So
spot.
oh no,
Slide.
let's not go there anymore.
Yeah. As much as I want the bonsai tree, maybe not.
No bonsai for us.
Unfortunate. It's okay, we can go the other way.
Ooh. Cold.
Big shiny.
Yeah, it might be a bit heavy.
We might be able to carry them together.
We might. Let's see. Ah, there's another small item. A diamond.
Oh my god, diamond.
Diamond! We're rich!
If only we can clink our diamonds together. I'll try to pull this one.
I'm gonna get the cart a bit closer.
Oh, that thing alone is enough to like...
Okay. You can try putting it on the cart.
Maybe. That might work. Oh,
Oh, I'm surprised.
good as new.
Oh, careful. I'm moving the diamond to the front.
There's something here?
Yeah, I see it too. Where is it? Ah, there's money in the on the shelf here.
On top?
Uh,
Oh,
over here.
oh, money.
Money.
Yeah, Scarecrow is actually just camping that place. Heh. So mean.
Scarecrow is scary.
Yeah. I'm gonna go look if I can get the bonsai tree real quick. Oh.
Okay, don't die too much.
I'll be safe. Oh. I don't know what happened.
Hello.
Hey,
What happened?
the bonsai
Is
tree.
it still there?
The bonsai tree disappeared.
Oh, I guess the scarecrow must have destroyed it then.
Yeah. I definitely did not wiggle it around and accidentally destroyed it.
Yeah, it was a scarecrow, definitely.
Yeah. Wait. We have things.
Ooh, what?
Shiny cup.
Kind of scared to put the cart any closer.
Yeah, I guess it's best not to. Nice.
If we want, we could extract now or try to find a few more items.
I think we can extract now. Should be fine.
Okay.
This is a silly place, I know.
Let's not go there. It's a silly place.
It's a silly place. Wee. Wee.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. That almost knocked you out.
Okay.
Zero gravity drone. Oh, hey, look.
Right, I almost forgot. Look what? A small card.
Kobo size card.
Amazing.
My card now.
Amazing. Do we actually... See if we can't find explosives here.
One explosion could be good.
I can get this open.
Fuse. Oh! Oh, oh.
Well, I'm not used to having so little range. And strength. Ah, there
Oh,
it goes.
nice. Want
I can try to lift you up.
a piece.
Okay.
Get.
Hooray.
Oh. Oh yeah, these are the die upgrade. And then we have duct tape grenades. I have things.
Hooray.
I want one of these.
Okay, how much do we have left?
5,000.
Can get a range upgrade.
You could
But
get
we
it.
don't get the. We could also not get the card if we want.
I think the card for 2 people might not be as important, I feel like.
That's fair.
I guess we can get it in a later stages. If we survive.
We're doomed. Doomed, I say. Anything you want from here? Just gonna get some generally useful things.
Tumble launch?
If you want.
I want it. The one tumble launch. Hey. Oh, it's too much.
Yeah, it's just random stuff, I guess. We do not need. Let's move that over here so we don't forget it.
Need. 3k.
That should be plenty.
This is stamina upgrade for 2k.
Yeah. Vloop. No. Ah.
Explosion. Oh yeah, stun mine
Anything else
deal
you want?
damage.
The
Not
stun mine only stuns. The grenade might deal damage.
grenade deals damage, yeah.
Granada.
I'm okay with what we have right now.
Okay.
Oh. Oh, what if I stun myself in the cart?
That would be stunning.
Oh. Oh my god, shiny.
How's your health looking? Are you full?
It's all good.
Okay.
My health's full.
Let's go.
I'm awake. Wee.
Ah. Welcome back.
I take the tumble launch and stamina?
Yeah.
They.
I got a range, but I think. Do you want strength or stamina?
I can get more stamina so that I can run away from Munter.
Okay, then I'm gonna get the strength.
Yeah, I think strength and range works pretty well together.
Visual. Let's go.
Nutrition.
Are you ready? Ah.
Yeah.
Ah,
I wonder if there's
Academy.
gonna be any updates for this game.
Oh yeah, they have released an update on the beta branch.
Oh, oh, they're doing it like the 7 days to die thing.
Maybe? I don't know.
Nothing. Why this place so stingy?
Can orb? Ooh, that's evil.
Evil?
Yeah, I found a plate on top of the bed, but getting that down there tough.
Diamanto perfume
I'm
and a
gonna show the
ball.
card and see if I can make that work.
Oh, you, or
On
you
top of
can.
the bed on the corner, it's
Oh yeah, you can lift me up there.
actually,
There. Oh, you got it.
apparently I can grab it from here.
Oh my god, range.
Hooray!
Heck yeah. Crown.
Ah.
Gosh, this place is so stingy.
We found a few things over here. You don't need a lot for the first extraction.
But Kobo wants more.
That's fair. We need more loot. All the loot.
Never enough.
Ooh, there's a like a bust over here.
A goblin.
A trophy? I don't know what it is.
Frog.
Good enough. Map says... Ah, there's a cup here.
Oh, duck.
Oh no, a duck.
Yippee!
Yippee.
It's the extraction point here. What? Can we sell the yippee?
I don't think we can.
What if you somehow coerce the yippee to stay in the cart?
I don't think we can do that easily.
Yippee!
Yippee!
Oh,
It is
cute.
pretty scary.
Yeah. A misclick.
You never know when the duck might jump.
Yeah. Book.
What if I...
Oh, why?
What happened?
Why? I didn't
What's
do.
going on? Oh, you activated the book? No.
I didn't
Careful.
do anything to the book. Ow.
Uh,
Hi, duck.
Let's get that in the cart.
Duck strafen.
Ooh. That's scary. Very scary.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can't get... you have the strength, so maybe you can get the cube a bit more easily.
Oh my god, I have the thing.
Ooh.
You
Oh.
found an hourglass. Amazing.
I found the best thing.
Yay, get this to the cart.
We're just gonna slowly get this over there. It's fine.
Very slowly.
Eyeballs is so big. Oh my god.
Imperial TV.
Oh, I got Impero T-bead. Oh! The Studio Ghibli behind you! Studio Ghibli. That exploded a lot faster than I thought. No, Nexus! I'll save you! Ow, just get the fuck out
Hello.
of me. I thought it's still far away!
Well, it wasn't. Sad.
That was fast. That was fast. Nexus sounds like a 2,000-year-old dragon. Nexus sounds wise.
Hooray.
What?
Aha, inflatable hammer. Ugh.
Baseball bat.
No. You're
Hiya,
playing
hiya.
baseball. Ah.
I have the baseball. Oh.
Sword.
Hiya.
Ah.
Oh.
Hiya.
My baseball
Let's help
bat.
you.
No. Have monkey. What is this?
Ah.
Feather drone?
Feather drone. Ah.
Oh. Oh, I found the thing. Hiya.
Yay.
What? Where did you go? What happened?
Amazing.
Is it a feather throne? It must have been the
Yay,
feather
hammer
throne.
crown. Hooray.
Micro close bright.
Amazing. You're rich. Oh, green.
Oh, bring.
Set to here.
Oh, yeah. It's alright, Brain. It's alright. There's always more chances.
Yeah. Hope your sister feels better soon.
Yeah.
It's best that you stay with her if she's having a rough time. Mm. Yeah, Ixon is
Bonjour.
Ixon is obsessed with Minecraft.
Yeah. Ixon is in a parallel universe, never to return.
Oh no. Good luck, Nexus. Feather drone plus high speed impact equals a Smash Bros level of launch. Oh yeah, I put a feather drone on Nexus.
Hooray!
I got
Yeah.
the entire Earth.
Let's see. Very interesting. Fish.
This is a kobold?
Oh, kobold. Oh no.
Kobo?
Wow. Ha ha. Popo.
Wow, haha. Wow, haha. Oh, double Earth? Thank you, Green.
For everyone.
Everyone gets an
Earth.
Earth. Heck yeah. What?
Ooh. Jade holding sponges.
Oh, Green got Jade. Expandai? 3D glasses? Wow. AirPods? That's a huge AirPod. Oh my god.
Ooh, that's a lot of exclamation.
Oh my god, Dragon.
Hey, Malzino! Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm gonna get something boring now. Probably.
BRD goggles? Big flopper.
Wait. Greenland is casting a lot of lines. How does that happen?
Yeah, because I have 5 casts for bits, I think. Yeah, five casts. So 1 bit.
Hey, Greenland got wet.
1 bit, 1. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, prepare your ears.
1 bit.
1 bit, 1 cast, and 5 maximum.
Ah. Okay.
I've been told to stop.
That's a lot of fishing.
Yeah. I'm fishing good.
Fishing for everyone. Yeah.
I forgot how good this is. Oh my god.
Let me unmute this too.
Brandon?
Brandon. I got a yin.
Oh, yin. Oh. Chicken with 2 exclamation mark.
Bonus chicken.
Oh, I guess I have to use this one now. Alright, I'm ready.
Small go. That's a small yip. Let's try my luck again. Are you ready?
Yep. I'm ready to go. Extra tiny
Yes.
Kobo. The smallest yip.
Mini Kobo.
Hetman Manor.
Let's say we don't have. I don't know what would be I think all enemies are kind of bad in their own way.
Yeah, but I feel like Studio Ghibli is the toughest one to deal with, I feel like.
The clown is pretty evil as well.
Oh yeah. Oh.
But
Treasure
I guess
chest.
for me the most annoying one might be the scarecrow, because once you activate, it's very tough to actually get out of the way.
Yeah, if you don't have enough stamina, then it's death.
Yeah. And I don't like how it destroys your items.
No more loot.
Oh, we got a bunch, which is nice.
Yeah. Diamond.
Yay!
Oh my god, shiny.
Come on!
I want more gold. Never enough gold.
More gold. All the gold.
I want gold.
Oh, I don't see gold.
There's nothing here.
How disappointing.
I think the items will hide under table.
Ooh, have a cursed doll.
I want more Kobo. Kobo is always nice. I want you. I want you to be a kobold. Uh-oh.
Hello.
Hey.
Ring. Is that the only thing here? Oh no, gnomes.
Uh-oh. They're just destroying that one little thing. And it's gone.
Okay, at least it survived somewhat. I work for the card. Oh no, there's one behind. Ah.
More gnomes. Get out. Oi! Huge man.
It's fun. That's scary. We're all going to die.
No. Oh, there's still so many rooms left. Oh.
No, don't.
What?
Oh.
I was 10,000 feet away from that thing.
Oh no. This is unfortunate. Head pat.
But I was 10,000 light years away from that big W.
What a shame.
W.
I'm a bit scared picking up that doll, but I feel like we need the money. Okay, that kind of worked. Erase the crutch.
Diary dot open drive.
Open what? might be able to just roam around.
Convenient.
Freedom!
Might want to extract early again. But at least it's a trudge, so it's a bit slower. Puppies.
W.
Double yow.
W.
Like
Monk.
Yeah. Ah.
I'm stuck.
It is going away.
I wanna go explore.
Okay, it is coming closer again.
fat D. Fat D.
Fat D.
No, why is it coming close?
Does the fatty know where we are always? Come here, fight me, you little shit! Fight me! You're cheating! You open up wall hacks or some shit. Come here. Fight me! Fight me! What happened?
Fat D. Big boy.
Big boy.
Okay, it's coming back again.
Big boy. Cat quick.
Don't can, that's illegal.
This is how old Tira sounds like, I guess.
Fat D.
Ah, what is that here now?
Fat D. Has wall hacks.
That's cheating, don't cheat. Cheating is illegal.
Fat D. Going through door.
Oh.
Front.
Ah. I can loop here. So I'm gonna see if I can't get the item.
Fat D. Here.
You have war hacks, I have cheats. Where did it go? What?
Fatty disappeared.
What? Did it just like teleports away? Oh, yikes.
Gnomes.
Kobo hates gnomes.
Yeah, they destroyed like 10k or something.
Oh my
Sad.
god. Should we call Nexus to extract? I mean, the fatty one shots everyone, so it's kind of dangerous, no? Even though it's like super slow, but it can pull people in, and once you get pulled, no matter where you are, you're just gonna die. That's a bit of a problem, I feel like.
Zoop.
Please close
Puppies.
eyes.
Yeah, like the fatty disappeared from here, which is kind of weird.
The gnomes scare me. I worry they might destroy a bunch of our loot again.
Gnomes like your cat.
Make it.
Yeah. Come
Double gross.
on. Bonus crown.
Bonus crown? Oh my god.
Think we might as well run away now.
Should
Don't think.
plenty enough dollar.
Yeah,
Dollar.
I concur. It's too much of a risk to stay longer.
Dollar.
Especially given the gnomes that will probably go ahead and destroy a bunch if we stay too long too. Monkey worries me a bit. I don't want to touch it in case it might go off.
Oh, is that pound? Or is that euro? I don't think I can type that one here.
I see.
Yeah.
I live in a pound. Maybe I can copy paste. I'm awake.
Welcome back.
Oh my god. I had a nightmare. Whee.
It was a
Gnomes.
nightmare. Yeah.
Gnome.
Oh no, no. Get away from here.
Gnome. I could have grabbed them.
Yeah, it's a range probably.
I cannot grab those little shit.
Yeah, very tough with latency. Ooh, map player. I don't know if we need map player count if we're only 2 people, I guess.
Oh yeah. Maybe we can save a little bit of money on that.
Yeah. Okay. Range. Ooh, another pocket card.
I opened it.
Yeah.
Eh. Big uppies, oh my god.
Hooray.
Nade! We have nade.
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 Oh my god,
Amazing.
nade. Maybe more nade?
Maybe. All the nade.
2
Just-
nade?
Yeah. All the nade. Bonus nade.
And another nade? Double bonus nade? Oh look, just right.
That's actually perfect. I have a range upgrade and 2 strength.
You can have all of those. I'm just gonna bring my nades.
Neat.
Mate nade?
Are we happy with this?
I'm very happy with this.
Hooray. Bonjour.
I'm hiding.
Hooray.
We're gonna steal the card. It's ours now.
Yay, our card. Bonjour.
My new card mobile.
Range. Strength.
Need.
Do you want a strength upgrade as well?
Maybe you can have 2?
Okay.
Hmm.
Numph.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Lunch.
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Let's go. Ah.
Eh.
Ah.
Mac
Arctic.
Jack in it.
Bonjour. Okay.
Shiny cup.
Shiny. And there's a cup here as well. Oh, a goblet. I guess a goblet is kind of a cup.
Diamond.
Diamond.
And a guitar.
Amazing. Now I can make music.
Ding. Banger music.
Amazing.
This will be the next viral music. That's gonna
Yeah,
be
we're
used.
true musicians.
Gonna be used all over TikTok.
Yeah, we're going to be rich
Oh my god.
and famous. There's another item here. Ah.
Ooh. I found the
You
diamond.
found a diamond.
Banger behind me?
Oh, that's a lot of banger. Oh, one away.
Wee. I cannot kill
I
them.
don't
Can
think
I?
I've ever seen that many bangers.
That is a lot of bangers, yeah.
I guess
We did make
they
a banger
spawned
music,
2 times at once.
probably. We made banger music, that's why.
Ah, yeah. That must be it.
We're so good.
The dangers of banger music.
Yeah, it might attract some unwanted attention.
I guess we have become too famous.
We got PC.
I got PC. Careful.
Did I just hear footsteps?
Possibly. I mean, if it's 2 bangers, then probably not. I don't know.
Goblet.
Goblet. Hey, crown.
Oh my god, diamond.
Diamond. That's a lot of diamond.
The game likes us today.
Don't say that too soon.
I might have jinxed it already. We have a lot of big items behind there.
Oh.
The explosion things.
Which one should we go for first?
One for 10k, one for 4k. I think this gas tank can be put into the cart.
The gas tank? Or which one?
This
And the
one.
guitar is covering up a lot of area, though.
Yeah.
Maybe we should carry it by hand.
Or we could extract first. Extraction point should be nearby here, question mark?
Actually,
Yeah. It's over there.
let me get the explosive to the extraction. Then
But-
we can.
We have one extraction here.
Right, we don't have to carry it that far.
Yeah.
It's just trying to optimize, but we don't need to.
We can go to the first extraction point first.
That's right.
The ambiance.
Pound,
Hi, Rogue.
pound.
It's Rogue Devil.
It's what?
Rogue Devil. I will drink after this round.
That's a good idea. Let me get the card to the extraction.
Bangers here, bangers here. Don't come here first. Bangers are chasing you. No, chase me instead. Yeah, that's right, asshat. Come here, stupid.
My goodness, please be alright.
Yeah,
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm alright.
Okay. I was scared for the card for a
Euro,
moment.
Yeah.
euro, 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 euro.
Yeah, we should go extraction. Euro, euro, euro.
Euro!
I hear door
Dollar
opening. It's like,
sign.
oh no. I should go open up the next extraction. Is that pesos?
Hello.
Hi.
Dollar, 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 dollar.
Hello.
Hey.
I'm just looking over here if there's any more loot.
Oh.
We found, there's quite a bit actually. A bunch of cups. I'm gonna get the card.
Nice. Oh my god, you're right. There's so many things here. No yen as well?
We're rich.
So many shiny. Hi, Kelsey. I'm gonna go scout around.
Okay.
Many things here.
Yay. I'm gonna get the explosives to the extraction first.
I'll take the balls and stuff into the cart.
Okay. Could
Hi.
be that they fell out when we fled from the bangers earlier.
Yeah. That should be plenty enough.
There's one item here in the corner.
Oh, I missed it.
Yeah, easy to miss.
It's a small shiny.
Tiny shiny. I think that's all.
Feels like it, yeah.
Oh no.
Hmm?
Bangers, bangers.
Oh. You alright?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're scary.
It's scary bangers.
I had to
Yeah.
run away from the cart.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get this extracted as well.
Money.
Get ready to run.
Okay.
Money.
Money. Oh,
Of course.
should we
Ah.
just... Wee.
That's scary, that's scary, that's very scary, that's too scary.
Maybe we can go somewhere high up. Money.
That was close.
Yeah. Money. Ross Cool Cat, hi.
Hello.
Hello. I'm a chicken. What were you
Chicken.
playing? Tattletale? Tattletale? I don't know what that is, but I hope that was fun. Thanks for the raid. Also, welcome in, raiders. I'm Tiora. I'm playing with Nexus sticks. Speaking of, I should probably add.
Hello.
I should probably add your name onto the stream.
If you want.
I forgot. And I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. Welcome. Indie horror mascot, like it's a horror game? Oh my god. There. Gonna add this name right here. There we go. Okay, we good. There. If you need any post-stream care, definitely go do them. Get some snacks, get some drink, get some food. Heck yeah. And thanks again for the raid. I still have 3 nades.
I can lift you up if you want. I opened it already.
I want it. And there's nothing up here.
Nothing? Aww.
Only the head upgrades and stuff.
Shame.
Head power? What can we do with head power?
Can afford quite a bit here.
Rubber duck. Rubber duck.
Rubber duck. Ooh.
Where did it go?
Yeah, it's probably hiding behind here.
Duck.
Just be careful.
What?
I say that and it immediately blows up.
Hi Swift. Oh my god, so many boop.
Actually, might even have enough. I think a small card might be more. Do you want the small or the big card?
I think a small card is better.
It's more easy to deal with.
Yeah, it doesn't store as much, but I think for 2 players it should be a lot easier to handle.
I got a bunch of upgrades. Unfortunately, I don't think we got a strength this time.
Do you wanna...
But we got a bunch of stamina, range, an extra jump, and a health.
Stamina sounds good.
Yeah.
I'm alright with this.
Okay. Ta-da!
I have
Oh
a
no!
weapon.
She got the pen. Ah,
I have a weapon. Hiya, hiya,
no!
hiya. Oh yeah, does the heal still work?
I think they didn't actually upgrade it so far, or they didn't actually do the update.
I'm gonna try it still.
Okay, I'm gonna push it.
I have 5d1 health.
Yay!
Oh, it still works.
Amazing.
Heck yeah. I want stamina.
Stamina. Gonna also get another stamina. It's simply good for running away.
I like health.
Yeah, you can get the other remaining ones if you want.
Oh, do you not need this?
No, I have one range, and having range is very useful.
Then I'll get one range.
Yay!
Heck yeah.
Quick. Actually, yeah.
Bleh. I'm being milked.
Oh no. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Yeah,
Huh.
I am constantly yawning.
Oh no. Are you tired? Oh, yeah.
Mm.
You said you were exhausted.
Yeah. Oh, hey, there's the extra
Oh.
jump upgrade.
There
you go.
Mine.
I'm being licked.
I was wondering where it went.
Hi, Becky.
Hello, Becky.
More dragon.
Bonus dragon.
Bonus
All the dragon. More green.
More green dragon. Oh, yeah.
Okay, we got a vase.
Big fuss. Maybe we could carry it back to the...
There's a radio inside of the safe.
Oh.
That's weird. That's an interesting place to put a radio.
Maybe the radio is important?
Must be. I'm gonna try getting the vase back to the ship.
Okay. I could get the radio?
If you want.
I could try. There. That fits surprisingly well.
Boodoo.
I got the radio.
Radio.
Hunter, Hunter.
Okay.
Daniel. Boop.
Yay!
We got him.
Good job.
Heck yeah. Oh, we have the boogerfish. Oh. I'll put the orb in.
Okay.
The shiny. Hope the treasure
Yay,
looting is
shiny.
going well. Heck yeah. Oh.
Good job with the hunter.
Yeah, I'm surprised one explosive mine is enough to kill them.
Okay, let me actually investigate if there is more loot over here.
Mm-hmm. Try back. No. Tira.exe is with you now, Evie.
Diamond.
Oh my god, diamond. Darn.
Which loot?
More loot?
All the loot. Ooh, another radio.
Radio? Oh, I see it.
Might be tough to get on there.
Yeah, I feel like the card is very full. There's a huge statue?
There's a what?
A very big statue?
Yeah, I also found a harp, but I don't think we will be able to lift them.
Maybe there's one extraction here. Yep, okay.
Hey, that's good.
Nice. Maybe we could extract the first one then?
Yeah, there's also another vase. Let me try getting that to the extraction as well.
I can bring the cart then.
Okay.
I got the cart.
Wait.
I push it in.
Yeah.
I'll go activate the next one.
Okay. I'm gonna get the card when it is done.
Heck yeah. Man, I just hope Daniel is not here.
Oh,
Radio. Oh, Daniel!
here's something.
Daniel!
No, Daniel.
No, fuck you, Daniel! Stop moving, god damn it! Ah, fuck you, Daniel!
Shame.
Now I got burger fish. You better not come here, fucking Daniel. I'll spit on you. Yeah, I'll spit on you, that's right. Oi! Come here, asshat. Don't even run away from me. God damn it. Oh. Hey, that worked.
Hey, good job.
I got Daniel.
Yeah. The card is over here if you're looking for it.
Oh, I won that card. Shiny. There's still burger fish, but I think that shouldn't be too much of a trouble.
Yeah.
How are the games going? It's going pretty well. Got a lot of money. Big heart. There's a big heart. What? Man, the rest are all big items. Diamond. I found diamond.
Yay. You can put it into the small card if you want.
Okay.
Careful.
There we go.
Gonna try getting that on
Burger
here somehow.
Fish.
Ah,
Oh, burger fish is there.
just don't want the TV to fall.
The rest is just big stuffs. I'll bring the Kobo card.
Hey.
The rest of the items are all like very big things.
Yeah. I don't feel confident getting the big things in there, so I would say just extract.
Yeah, honestly, I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
We can
Okay,
push.
get ready to run and... Oh, careful, careful. Wait a second. The TV almost fell off, I don't want that. Okay, let's push it in.
Okay.
Let's get ready to run.
Run. Hi, Daydreamy. Shinies can Buddy has some. But I like shinies though.
Also, beware of Hunter.
Oh yeah, right. Daniel! fucking Daniel. What? I thought if I stay not moving, I could have survived. Oh, that's how burger fish looks like. I live.
Hooray!
God
We live.
hurts. Wanna exchange shinies? That works.
Okay, Bunchy.
You got a response?
Yeah, they're currently driving around, but they might be able to join later if we're still playing.
If we're still playing, then sure.
Hooray. Map player count. It is tempting.
Oh no, there's no nades.
No, Nate. But maybe upstairs.
Yeah, hopefully there's some. Wee. Oh, there's two.
Ooh, that's amazing.
We have the duct tape ones and a single one. Need.
Neat. Ooh, an invulnerability drone. Let me see if we can afford it.
What?
A drone that makes things not get destroyed.
Oh. Can we put it on ourselves so that we don't die?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't think I've tried. Let me see what happens.
That's like the cheat.
No, it does not work.
Oh.
Also, you can do the health trick given that you died.
Oh yeah. I want a tumble launch.
Let's put in everything that looks neat.
Maybe not range. Yeah, 16k too much.
Yeah, I mean, it is like a pricey for range, but let's see.
We can get 2 stamina upgrade for 10k.
Why not? Yeah.
Yeah. More running.
More running. Perfect.
Oh,
Are we ready?
hi Jade. I'm ready. And Jade is eating my
Hey, hello,
tumble
Jade.
lunch. Wow.
No, don't do it, Jade.
Rude. I will tell Jade that holds sponges. I'm ready.
Okay, I'm gonna... Let's go.
I could have eaten Nexus, but Nexus is not into that. I'm only interested in malls, I just realized. Not eating though, but malls?
Yay, we are alive. I think that's neat.
Need.
You can have the rest of the upgrades over there.
Oh, thank you. Oh my god, Kobo strong. You want the drone?
Yeah. Yoink.
Yoink drone.
And Ixon... Still no response. It's a green body.
A giant. Yeah, Jade is pretty big. I could,
Big bird.
as a kobold, I could crawl around Jade pretty easily.
Jungle gym.
Jungle gym, exactly. But the one that's filled with feathers.
Oh, that's new.
Oh,
I haven't seen that as a first room before.
yeah.
Okay, what is this? Have I seen this room before?
Vase.
Ooh, let me get that.
I'll keep going first.
Okay.
Oh my god, Cheney. Shane.
Shiny.
It's so close, I'm bringing it back to the extraction first.
Hello, I'm up here.
Oh, dragonfly?
Yeah. I'm checking if there's anything hiding here.
Dragon can fly.
Doesn't seem like it.
Oh god, Jade. Oh, did you do that? I mean, the work that you've been doing was like, yeah. Oh,
Oh no, duck.
chicken.
If we find a hole, we can get rid of the duck.
We can
Easily.
try.
Hey, push me. Oh no, we have a chef frog, a big frog, be careful.
Oh. Oh, frog. Let me try nading them.
Okay.
Oh, they jumped away. Unfortunate.
Shame.
Uh-oh. I triggered the
Oh, no,
apex
oh, no, you
predator.
triggered the duck. No.
I'm sorry. No, don't touch.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
You fucking duck. Don't you yippee at me, you little shit. Oh. bedroom should be here nearby. Oh, it's in the car. Oh! Okay, think, think, think. I think I might be able to trigger the duck. But triggering the duck, the duck will just hit me now, I feel like. Who? Yeah, everything broke here, unfortunate.
Situation.
It is a situation. It's all good. Where did the yippee go, actually? I'll just quickly do this. Oh, I don't dare to take the book. Oi. Burn. $6K, not enough. Alright, god damn it. It's a big statue. First time seeing two things in one, like, disc. I think just a little bit more should be fine. 40K. Oh. Maybe a little bit hard to get that actually. Unless I can put it up here. Nope. I don't think there's enough though. Oh. I'm extracting. Wow. Nexus? Did I not revive Nexus?
I'm just hiding.
Oh, okay.
There's a chat on here that I figured would protect me from the laser.
Yeah. Well, the Yippee died, so at least that's one good thing.
Hooray. We are somewhat safer for now.
Yeah. Oh, clown.
No, the clown.
Aye! Oh, I should jump. I'm
Might have a
stupid.
problem.
I thought it's like different elevation, and
Jump.
I don't need to duck. I have to jump. Crap. Well, it's up to Nexus now.
You seem a bit unhealthy.
I believe
Thank you for your faith in me.
God, no one tell
This small card, so
no
wait,
one tell Nexus,
did
but
anything so?
gosh, Nexus is so precious.
Okay.
Oh, the Yippee soul exploded.
I thought
Unfortunately.
the card was destroyed.
Oh, can the card be
So
destroyed?
something get destroyed.
Hi, Aquaboard.
Okay, where was the next?
Less than 3.
Kobo-mobile. Woo.
Love me some Kobo mobile. Oh my god.
I hear extraction. It must be here.
Yeah, it must be there.
That is the closest. Maybe we should go to an extraction that is further away first.
That'd be a good idea, actually. Oh, wow, the pigeons are doing something outside of the window. Something, something, something.
Cube. Ah, jade statue.
A jade
Hello, jade.
statue? Oh my god, it's jade. But that one is not holding sponges.
No. No. I don't want to be there. Okay, 19k, that is
A lot.
an amount. Can also press Z to switch between free cam and following yourself, and you can press the mouse buttons to switch the focus. I think it was
Oh.
Z, I forget.
Oh, Z to free cam.
There's a frog here. Pretty sure it would pay to bring the big card. But for now I'm gonna check for small items here. Nah, too many cubes, I need the big one.
Yeah, too many cubes. I mean, I only have one string. See, there's another verse.
And there's so many.
And a jade statue, that's 40k. I mean,
Mm.
one single jade statue is enough, but to bring it there is a huge problem already.
Oh, I'm at 1 health, I just noticed. Unfortunate.
Oh, frog is just over there. Nexus cannot hear me. Oh, hi, Dan. Oh my god, pet. Thank you. Hmm.
Ooh, Dan man, hello.
Eat Dan. I have this chocolate in front of me.
Ah.
Maybe I should eat it. Yeah, why not? Oh my god, they're so menacing.
How much? Ah.
Clown, frog, and Yippee.
Ooh, a plague.
Shiny plate.
That's not a friend.
Oh, 2 strength is not enough. This is a tough one for Nexus. I feel like there's a lot of like big items here. And just big items only. W. Ooh.
Maybe big, but at least we can get the extraction going quick. What was that? Ah. That's enough for the extraction. I am used to there being a lot of small items up here, so I'm gonna hope that maybe I'm lucky. Okay.
Ooh.
But I'm scared that a monster might sneak up.
I mean, clown will be loud. The clown is loud. The problem is the yippee duck and the frog.
Oh, diamond.
Like there were a few instances where the frog is behind Nexus, and even I have no idea. I only know about it because I looked behind Nexus when I was free camming.
Diamond. Very good.
Fuck. Sorry for the constant yawn. I am so exhausted today. But at least I am enjoying playing Repo.
No, maybe. I don't know if it will be. Oh, I have an idea.
Oh. Oh, that's so good. That's a clean pull. Until door stuck. Door stuck, Gordon.
I think we should invest in a feather drone the next time.
A tumbler drone?
Tumble launch?
Tumblr. Tumblr.
Yay. Yay!
Oh
You
my
live.
god, I live!
Amazing.
Heck yeah, I believe in Takan always.
Thank you.
What? What? Oh, frog.
Rob?
Frog. And clown.
Okay, that's not a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I don't like that information.
Did they disappear? The frog is jumping away.
Aw.
Ah, frog is jumping back. Yep. Oh my god. There's a little yips.
Thankfully, the next extraction is way closer to the extraction. Wait, the ship? I mean,
Oh yeah. Ooh, frog.
that's why I did this one first.
Frog. Okay, yes.
Ideally get away so it does not trigger next to the money.
Oh. The frog camping.
Did it move? Where is it?
Could it jump down the
I think
hole?
it moved away. Do not jump down the hole, it leads to death.
Maybe the frog can jump down the hole.
Then we would see a sphere. No,
Yeah.
I think you defeated it before, then I don't think it would drop a sphere again, right?
Oh yeah, I killed the frog once. Drat.
Let me see. Let me get the small card, so you don't have to drag around both.
I kinda want to go activate the next extraction.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay,
Ooh.
gonna leave this here for later. What is that wait.
I don't see it.
Me neither. Maybe it's
You think we could?
I found the dog.
Oh, above.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, yippee! The yippee duck.
Gonna get that to the extraction as well.
Yeah. Dance, duck, dance. Oi, clown. Yeah, boy, but sorry.
What was that, clown? What did you say?
Yeah, clown.
Uh,
I saw it for a brief second and it just disappeared. Do you think we could bring the jade statue to the extraction?
the what?
The jade statue.
Frankly, I don't think it's feasible. Especially given that we have so much other stuff.
Yeah, it's a little bit too big, I feel like.
I think you put in the card and I put in the boom.
Okay,
Okay.
I can do it.
Okay, let's go.
I'm putting it in.
Of course, it's falling over.
I help.
It might work, I don't know.
Hopefully it works, yeah.
Let's run.
Nice.
Oh, frog right behind us, no.
Man, that appeared then. Yay.
Hey,
Yay.
we live.
We lived. I forgot to activate the car.
Amazing.
Heck yeah.
We did it.
That was easy. Oh my god. Things?
Amazing.
Oh, nades.
All the need.
My favorite explosive mine.
It's handy.
Yeah.
You want up there?
I won. Yeah, tumble launch. Oh,
Oh.
nothing up here.
Oh.
Hi, nuclear. Oh my goodness, it's Tierra. Oh my goodness, it's nuclear. Hi. Welcome.
What are your stats at the moment?
Who?
What are your stats in general, upgrades at the moment?
1 health, 2 stamina, 1 launch, 1 strength, 1 range.
Okay.
Tumble launch. I want to launch like a rocket. I want to get 1 nade. 2 nades actually. 1 explosive mine
Sure,
and
we
1
have
nade.
Yeah, we have plenty of money.
Heck yeah. How's the Goodest Kobo doing that? Wow. The Goodest Kobo? Oh my god. I'm doing pretty okay, other than being like super duper EP. Because I woke up at 3 in the morning.
We might need to invest into crystals eventually. Let me see
Oh
how
yeah.
expensive they are.
For the drones, right?
I will move 1 stamina for me.
That works.
Yep.
There's only 1 big health pack.
Yeah, it's fine. Small health is good as well.
Think we could afford another stun mine?
How much is it?
3k. I want...
Probably we have 4k left.
Yeah. I want it, I want it. I'm full of explosives now.
Right.
I'm ready.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Nice.
The bestest cobalt, I'm gonna cry.
I agree.
There's so many other bots out there that's way cooler though. I can press it.
Okay.
It's cool.
Tilwa is the coolest Tilwa. I agree.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. I mean, is there other Tiras out there? I'm not too sure.
I don't know, but they're not kobolds, probably.
Yeah, mostly not Kobold. I'm stealing the things, haha. Oh, oops.
You can gonna the range, and then you can get the rest of the upgrades over here.
Tumble launch. And the string? Wow. Oh. Hmm?
Amazing. I will charge the drone.
Heck yeah, we can bring more stuff now. Tumble launch.
Ah.
You're the cutest
Are
and
you
sweetest.
ready? Actually, did Ixon or anyone answer to you?
Oh yeah, let me check. No.
Okay.
Ixon is fixed on Minecraft right now.
Yeah, completely transfixed.
It's alright.
Let's go.
Wee.
Wee.
The sweetest and calmest and the most poopable and most petable. No Kobo can match you. Holy shit, I'm actually gonna cry.
Let me actually go on the.
There are actually so
Which
many
Aha.
oh my god, that can pet. I will melt. There's actually so many instances where I feel like I'm just like anything but sweet, you know, since my sometimes I don't really respond to people. And sometimes I feel like I'm cold, but it's not because I want to be cold, but it's more like I don't know how to talk to people sometimes.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah. Vez. I have 2 strength, maybe I have enough. Oh my god, I can lift the whole Vez. I'll bring it then.
Okay. I can bring it to the extraction.
Yeah. Nexus. Nexus. You can have your drone back.
Oh, thank you.
Heck yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
Socially awkward is cute? Really? I feel like sometimes like when I'm interacting with people on the spot, I don't know if I'm being like offensive towards people. And then once I get home, I have more thoughts myself, and then when I like reminisce what happened, my brain just be like, oh god, I've done all the bad things. I feel that I'm the same way. It's tough, isn't it? I found another vase.
Yay. Bonus rounds.
We love vase.
I never know if it's a vase or a vase, because both pronunciations exist.
Since I don't know, I just call them vase.
Fair.
Nothing up here?
Yeah, you can actually platform up there.
Yeah.
If you go all the way up here, can jump on this. And if you get over this vent, sometimes you find things all the way up here.
Oh, so hidden. Aya. Aya. Money.
Money.
Don't worry about that around me, because even if you insult me, I'll just laugh it off. I don't want to insult people. I always find insulting people is like so not necessary. Unless those people deserves, then yeah, it's a different story.
Talking is hard.
Talking is hard. Very hard.
Ooh, 2 dogs.
Explosion.
Ooh, explosion.
Is it battery?
Sounds unhealthy, but let's see. Amazing.
Looks like battery.
Ah, okay. I think that's some kind of sample container.
Did I just hear dog? Question mark?
I don't know. I didn't hear dog. I don't know if it's in game or not.
Right, then it must be me hallucinating.
Maybe there's a dog. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? Explosion barrel?
I'm gonna see if I can make some space in here.
Feels like the explosion barrel might be too big.
Let me actually move this away for a moment.
I'm putting in the goblet.
Okay, let me try getting the barrel in there.
Careful, it explodes. I like explosion. Nice.
Yes. Ah, okay, it's the money. Okay, let's see if I can't get a sample.
I want to
What's that
bring this
noise?
back as well. What noise?
I had some rattling somewhere.
Oh, the clickety clank clank clank. I think I heard that as well.
Yeah. Ah, okay. Let me check if we missed anything.
I'm lifting the shiny thing. Oh, the crystal.
What?
I kind of want to
I
bring
found
this
a wing
back.
and a frog.
Nice. I kind of want to bring this back to the first extraction.
Okay.
Hi, Greenie. Eat the greenium.
Hey, Green, welcome in.
I'm gonna put the Kobo in the fresh warm laundry. That feeling? Holy.
Hello.
It's so fucking good.
Hmm.
Yeah, look at Greenie.
Let me actually give you
Oh,
this so it does not break.
thank you. I'm gonna try to lift it back to the extraction then.
Should we try to both carry it?
Or you could
I think it might
carry...
be easier.
I think you could carry the cart to the first extraction
Okay.
and then we can extract together. Hiya, hiya.
Just moving some items around. That drone is so handy.
Yeah. The sound, oh no. Oh,
Oh, wait, what's happening to the drone? Wait, okay.
thank you.
So much ambience in here.
Yeah. If I put it in, it's enough, yeah. Can I put in along with the drone?
Yeah, that is fine, having the drone on.
Okay, then I'll...
Just make sure it's upright enough so it does not get crushed.
Okay, let me just... Live!
Let me see if I can help.
Oh, how do you rotate again?
While holding down right mouse button.
Oh, okay. That should be fine. I'm bringing it in.
Okay. Okay.
Money.
Yay! Money!
Oh my god, money.
Bloop.
Ooh, it's already
Let me
19k.
recharge.
We haven't seen another extraction yet, right? The fuck? I hear laughing?
Laughing?
Yeah.
Like clown? Oh, Ghibli, Ghibli, Ghibli.
Oh! I'm too late. What the fuck? Come here, stupid. That did
Good
it.
job.
Yeah. We did it. We destroyed the Studio Ghibli monster.
Good job.
Nice.
Very good job.
Heck yeah.
Hooray.
I still have 1 Nate left.
Ah, that's good.
Why did it say I'm fucking? Because it's Mount Zeno. And I love it when Mount Zeno says I'm fucking. There's nothing wrong with that. It's entirely normal. And I have entirely normal feeling towards Mount Zeno. No, it's more like the other way around, I think. I would much prefer it that way.
Oh no, Rockrat. Ah, no, no. Ah, no, 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 no,
No.
no. Ah.
I'm holding it. Yikes. Bitch ass, stop! Oh, what a chuck. Do you think the two of us could lift it? Come here.
I think 10 are enough.
I got it. Come here.
Yay.
Nice. Perfect.
Good job.
Heck yeah. We're so good at the teamwork. Damn, how did it fit though? I'm a kobold. It fits.
Well,
More shiny.
you put it in here. I think it's better in a small card.
I'll go look for the extraction point actually.
Yeah, good job. Good idea. Good plan. Don't think it's down here though. I'm gonna look up here.
I don't hear it. Oh my goodness, what's happening here? Truly a McJacketed place. Alright, nothing down there, I think. Yeah, living rubber band? Close enough. Yeah. And Kobold fits. If it's a dragon, it fits. No question asked. I'll activate this one. Hopefully Nexus doesn't mind.
Okay.
Hey?
Hello.
I
I
found...
found the other extraction.
Nice. Here's a huge server thing, I think.
Huge server thing.
Look.
How much is it worth? 18. Let me
Eight.
see, can we actually... Can we... Oh, we can carry it. Even if a bit...
Maybe the
Let
two of us
me-
can?
Maybe... Let me see how close is the extraction. We should
It's
probably
not-
collect other items first.
Oh, is this enough? Oh, it is. Okay.
Unless we break it a bit. But we shouldn't do that intentionally.
Yeah. I have a Telegram sticker pack I think you'll greatly appreciate. About dragons. Hi, Pause Patrol.
Dragons! Hey, pass, hello!
Oh,
We are still going.
yeah. I don't think this fits. Yeah, I should. I'm just gonna bring it to the extraction point.
Okay.
Hope you're doing good, Pause Patrol. It's a cobalt sticker pack? Heck yeah.
Okay. Oh, it's... No, that's longer.
There's no shiny up here. It doesn't work.
Something behind me, I don't know.
Double
Look,
checking.
I heard a sound, I don't know what it was, though.
Oh,
You might be fine.
maybe?
See...
Oh, next is
Let's
so
get this
strong.
one done. I think this might be easier to transport. I say and immediately run into a door.
The size. It doesn't fit.
It's just a matter of persuading it. What?
Oh,
No, no, don't.
oh. Very eager, wow. Think we
Very,
can
very eager, yeah.
think we could put the server and this into the extraction?
Wait, why did this one take damage? Wasn't it worth 19 earlier?
I think I hit it accidentally by tumble launching.
Ah, okay, okay.
Sponge.
Oh wait, I have a invulnerability drone.
What? I'm trying to make this thing fit.
Might want the invulnerability drone so don't damage it.
Oh yeah.
Might be a bit tough getting both in.
Yeah, because we need to lift this one up.
How much is that? Maybe we should try getting that one in instead.
Yeah, this one and the cart should be fine. And then we can bring that server thing to the next extraction.
That should be good. I think we should go for the. No, let's stick to this plan down here. That one will certainly work.
Now push
Do you
the
want to
cart.
do the cart?
I'll do the cart.
Okay, let me try lining this one up first. Okay, let's put it in.
Putting it in.
Nice.
Very nice. That's a lot of moolah.
Hey, money!
Heck yeah. Oh, I caught it.
Okay. Very good.
One need. Bracky in the mug? Why do I feel like
Okay,
that's
getting
so
this one.
adorable?
Getting this server over there might be a bit tough.
Oh, is it like very far away?
Not super far, but it is upstairs a bit.
Oh, yeah, that's a bit of a problem then.
I think it's right over here. Let me activate first. Actually, I lied. Let's just place it there first. Amazing.
Just like that. So smooth sailing.
Yeah, let's see, how much do we...
Oh,
let's
that's
get some
enough.
other items first.
Yeah. A guitar.
Guitar.
I'd want to attract bangers again. What? Oh, hi again, Chip. God damn it. That sounds like death. Oh, I guess we're just gonna extract real quick. Because the Studio Ghibli Monster one-shots, I don't like that. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, how do I line this up? I kind of feel that way as well.
Holla holla make dollar.
Making dollar. Ah, why did you fall? Well, I don't think that fits. Get up! God damn it. No.
Run away.
Run away. Oh, I should give you some health.
Oh. Not too much. Thank you.
There we go. I still have 71. Ice, ice.
Careful eye up there.
Yeah.
Ghibli is right here, of course.
Oh. Sorry, I'm running towards you. Where's the door? Okay.
Hello.
Hey.
No,
Oh.
I.
Oh my god. Brother, Rugrat has a fucking throw. Holy shit. Nope, 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 nope. I'll run. I want the money. Oi, 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 oi. Okay, wait, 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 wait. Wee. Oh, yeah.
Hey, I live.
That was sad. I was killed by an eye immediately when I went into the room.
That Rugrat chuck was insane.
Oh, what's that? The rock rat?
Yep, it was the Rugrat that chucked something at you. That
Oh my
forced-
goodness, that had aim. My
Yeah.
goodness.
That one was pure strength and accuracy.
So did Pots was there earlier? Did Pots want to join?
Oh, Ixon, let's see. Oh yeah, and Pause as well. Ixon has not responded yet.
I don't know if Pots is here or not, or if Pots is still driving and just wanted to say hi.
Oh, I mean, driving and chatting might be a little bit dangerous.
I mean, I'm going to assume they were at a stop and then just said hi or something. If that is the case.
Rugrats and Angie. That fucking Chuck says everything about Rugrats. Holy shit. That was a throw and a half. Driving and playing Repo, heck yeah. No. Not driving and playing Repo. What? Ow. Blech. It's very hard to use the sledgehammer, holy crap. Oh, mine. Me. I'm no longer driving around. Oh, that's good, right? A nade? Oh. Is Nexus muted?
I am muted.
Oh.
Yeah. Did Puss want to join?
Oh yeah, Puss, do you wanna join? I have the mega beans.
Beans. You can... Right, does Puss have the mod pack? You just need to disable the bonus people mod.
Oh yeah,
What
just
was it called?
more
The
people,
more player mod.
more players. They just bounce up. What?
That's an angry duck.
Yeah. Is this health pack inside?
No. Let's see. Here we have stamina, range, strength, and health. It's a good.
Hi, Kian. No, the
No
changes the mod
other
pack?
changes. Only disable the more players mod because it said it was depreciated. Also, we updated the mods, I think,
I did.
but it's not really a change per se.
How much?
Ah.
Oh. Dude,
Are we happy with this?
I'm pretty happy with that.
Right, I'm hosting this time.
Yeah.
Let's see how that will work. Hello, I should move mine. Ah.
Oh.
I deactivated it, don't worry.
I'm gonna try it.
Okay. You have to hold it and then press E.
Oh, you don't need to do it quickly now.
Yeah.
So it will not be like the last time I keep failing and then died. Oh. I want it. Ugh. Yeah,
Amazing.
I don't think there's anything else I want to buy.
Run away. I mean, can we even afford anything?
We could afford stun grenade, but I don't think that's gonna help as much.
Do you want to smuggle any health for yourself?
I do. Don't you need some as well?
I already got one.
Large health pick.
Okay, I'm gonna press it. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Oh, I'm an orb.
I got the new
thing.
beta running. Ah.
What's the beta do?
If you grab enemy, it has like a new meter, so you can't hold an enemy for too long.
Oh.
For example. Also, it shows you an exact outline of where things get destroyed when an extractor closes.
Oh. That's
You
kind
want
of
to
nice.
keep the upgrades for pause later, or
We could do that, yeah. I have a
some
mine,
basic?
a nade, and a nade.
It's being changed.
Overcharge
Ah,
mechanic?
it's only starting level 10.
What's
Interesting.
overcharge?
Yeah, that's basically if you hold an enemy, it will drain you, and you can only hold an enemy for so long. Hey, welcome in.
Oh my god, it paused.
Ah, wait, we can't hear pause at the moment, I forget.
Oh yeah, when people join, yeah.
Oh, that also means that pause can't eat the upgrades.
It me, I think.
Oh no, they can't hear us.
Oh.
How? She can't hear
Okay.
us, or how does it work?
Right.
then?
I.
forget.
You'll be able to hear me, but I won't be able to hear you in game.
Okay.
That way. Can you actually get the upgrades that are here?
Upgrade?
No,
I mean,
they're not.
upgrades should remain.
Actually, oh, it looks like I can actually.
Just eat them. Otherwise, we'll see if they're still there if we
There are some.
start the level.
There are some fake ones.
Just eat all of them and see what happens.
But a few of these.
Heck yeah.
That's all of them.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm a lunch.
I just need to
Sombrero.
quickly mute
Actually-
the stream. There.
Well, I can.
Oh wait, I don't even know what I look like.
You have a lot of
You look surprisingly normal.
a lot of UFO
All of
around.
my
I hear
fun.
you.
Yeah,
You
all the
once
fun
again have new
cosmetics I
cosmetics
had.
that are not supported.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah, don't worry. Was just very hard to see. Well, I guess easy to see.
Oh, shin. I have the TF potion.
Where did boss go? Already.
Shadow baby?
Ah,
I was getting back to my fallback outfit.
Shadow the Hedgehog?
Scarecrow, careful. Oh, great. My favorite. Yeah.
I went ahead and put on my fallback outfit. Just for now. Go get the cart.
Time to fall back.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck.
Shadow the hedge.
Doggy.
Shadow the Hedge?
Ratto, the okay. There's a cube up here in this desert.
Cube. Ow, the hitch. Oh my god, I remember that. Ow, the hitch.
Incurus wrath.
Cube. We have 2 cubes.
Oh, another cube.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna wait for you. Okay, let me get this cube out here.
I'll put it into the extraction first.
I'm gonna prepare that for later.
Yeah.
Scarecrow's coming right behind me.
Shadow baby? Who?
No! The scarecrow.
Oh, yikes.
Blade
Shares?
lady.
Over here. Hey, that's this way. Get away from the
I have a mine.
Yeah, but be careful, the scarecrow is scary.
Shut up! Careful, mine.
Can you not be damaging the items, please? Up, 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 up. Up, up, up.
Nade on you.
Nice. I
Careful,
managed
there's
to
mine
find
on
a
the
good
floor.
spot in the
Just
corner.
one more.
No, no, behind you, the mine, careful. I almost walked into it.
Yeah. At least the scarecrow is dead. Can I disarm this?
I'm gonna try.
Oh, thank you.
I was too afraid. It might not work for you.
Yeah. Ow, the edge.
Good job.
Son, the hitch. I don't like scarecrows. Their movement are so unpredictable and unorthodox. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow. They don't even step on the mine. So rude.
Oh, that.
What happened?
Jade statue.
There's nothing in that room that I went to.
Aww.
Jade statue.
So yeah, before the scarecrow came after me, I found the griffin.
A jade statue.
Ah.
I found the jade statue.
Oi! Wow, fucking delicate little thing. Can I even handle a little bit of a drop?
That's the only other thing in here. It's griffin magic.
I'm dodging.
Right, it cannot take damage at the moment.
Ding.
They're very heavy.
You might want to leave that
Leave
for
what?
the next extraction.
The jade statue?
The big. I'd say either just the
Let me-
jade statue or both that.
Let's just try getting the jade statue upstairs.
I like the jade statue. Behind you.
Behind me?
Yeah, I'm behind you.
Okay. Yeah, don't worry. Let's grab, let us both grab it.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm gonna move a little bit the S.
okay.
There, okay. Should be straight.
There we go. I'm trying to fling it up a little.
Jade doesn't want to be straight.
That's fair.
Totally valid. Do I release first?
We need that fully up, ideally.
There we go.
Nice.
The first extraction.
Okay, let us... Maybe we can get it into this room.
Oh, we're getting into this
So
room first?
we don't block the big card later. Okay, that's good enough for now. I just rest it somewhere it does not fall over ideally. I'm gonna get the card.
Okay.
Become my favorite item in the game.
Clown?
Oh.
I like the clown bomb.
If I can.
Oh my god, clown bomb! My wish has been granted. Bangers, gnomes. Bangers and gnomes. Bangers and gnomes.
No mash either. Oh,
Bangers and gnomes, careful.
I'm gonna eat them.
Delicious. I forgot I'm supposed to find find the next extraction. What are they doing? Are they just having a discussion? Alright, assets.
Ah, okay, that's you. Oh, we have gnomes as well. Wonderful.
Yeah, gnomes and bangers.
Yeah, I already saw the banners.
Ooh, shadow baby. Shadow baby.
Okay. We have a... What is it called? We have a clown plug. If you
Oh,
want to blow anything up.
cube.
Oh, we have a headman. Careful, headman.
What does the headman do again? Oh, headman, yeah.
The big one floating head.
Oh, I have a mine. Unfortunate. Boats and dragons. Destroy the baby? We have
I have
headman and
such little
shadow baby.
stamina. Oh boy. My favorite duo.
Dixon said that they just woke up.
Oh. We should probably activate the first extraction point.
Yeah, we have enough for that.
I'm bringing the cube to the first extraction.
My goodness. Actually, we have 2 potions. Getting them in will be daunting.
No, it's not gonna. That one's not gonna fit.
Yeah.
What?
Everything okay back there? Okay.
I'm just taking care
Oh,
of the
bangers. Okay.
It's fine.
Think we can
I
fit a
got 'em.
cube. Oh, we might be able to fit the cube on top of the cart.
We might, if you help me lift it.
Yeah, the two of us lift it.
Okay,
Should
let
be...
me- Okay, I got it.
Yeah. Oh, good. I'm releasing.
That along to the side.
That kind of works. Fish for mozzarella stick. Oh. I don't think I put mozzarella stick in the fish pond.
This is an interesting puzzle. Maybe if we get the clown plush out of here, we could stack 2 cubes in the cart.
We could do that.
Possible. I was thinking I can just push a cube while somebody pushes the cart, and then I can quickly grab the potion and just hold it up over
Okay.
everything.
So we just put
looks
it...
like I have enough
let me
strength
see,
for that.
How will the cart fit though? Maybe if I put it more.
It looks like it'll fit either way.
You think?
I can pull the cube into... I can pull the cube into the point.
You can go
Because it's
with
easy
the
to-
potion. Maybe.
The potion doesn't...
So-
Or
go-
maybe Puss gets a potion, you get the cube, and I get the cart.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can just hold the cube over.
Okay, I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm ready to. I'm holding it.
Okay, then get the cube in.
Cube.
3, 2,
Cube going
1,
in.
go.
Oh, I never thought of that.
Then you can just hang it over like so, and it'll get taken out.
Nice.
Hooray.
Hi,
Just like that.
Ixon.
Hello.
Ixen lives.
Ixon lives.
Hello.
It's Ixon.
Alright. I've set the small amount of stamina.
Tyra, someone demands hugs of
I feel
you.
like I run
Yeah.
for 2
Demands?
seconds and then I'm...
Sorry, give me a second. There's a lot happening. My brain doesn't work.
Okay.
I'm gonna do this real quick and then just like boom, 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 boom. Let me look at the chat. Sleepy's trying to sabotage me. No, it's okay. Sleepy's alright. Oh, Dragon Colony. Well, you can have hugs, definitely. I don't know if I can give like...
I'm gonna stay a bit closer in case bangers appear.
I don't know if that's a hug, but... I mean, if a dragon, I should be like...
Hello.
I'm kind of back.
Okay.
Sun is
I
shining.
just wanted to make sure you're safe.
Yeah, it's shining directly at my face. Oh my god.
What's
It's
that
on.
noise?
My step's done this 3 times this week. Oh. Is it like woke up too late?
No, that's a banger.
Oh,
Okay.
it's upstairs. Oh.
Let me actually try a thing. Never checked if.
Gnomes behind you.
Oh.
Gnomes.
Gnome. Ah!
Okay, I'm gonna lift the money up in the air. If you take
Yes,
care of
hit.
the gnomes.
Don't even. Okay, there we go.
Oh, scarecrow. Ah! Okay, wait. Back this way. This way. Yeah.
I can set down the mine. Why are you not chasing me, Scarecrow? You're stupid.
Hello, Scarecrow.
Scarecrow just walks up.
Also, I kind of lifted the money all the way up there
Oh.
to make sure it does not get destroyed.
Yeah.
But don't worry.
I'll try to
I can
lure the
get it
Scarecrow
back.
my way. Hopefully this one mine is able to kill it.
Did you pick the mine back up?
Nope, it's still down there. I'm kind of afraid of disarming it because I don't feel confident enough.
I can try.
Emotional damage.
There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, I wanted to get the money into the small cart, so maybe we can get Jade on top of the big cart and move Jade that way.
Oh, maybe we can try.
It might be an idea, so that's why I wanted to do it. Shame we don't have...
Bangers. Get away from me. Wee. Uh-oh. God damn it, I heard the money a little bit.
Can't sleep due to my eye feeling weird.
I understand. Yeah. What is that sound? Holy shit. Nice. Oh, nice.
Let's see if we can lift Jade up on top somehow.
Yeah. All right, Jade. Don't be too thick now, Jade.
Okay.
Steven. Maybe? That looks
You
good.
might want to rotate it a bit, but I think it might be fun this way.
Here, let
You
me...
see what happens.
Oh, if I rotate it that way... I know, the statue is so good. Shadow baby, okay.
Shadow baby is fine, just don't look at it too hard.
Hmm.
If you don't look into it too much, it's all fine.
We won't get yoinked.
That's interesting.
Maybe that's for the best.
Okay, I think.
Yeah. Jade, goddammit, you're too thick.
I always wanted to know if this would work. I guess it does work.
Oh yeah.
I'm so glad we are inside of the Magic Academy where all doors are pretty wide.
Yeah.
That's actually enough for the entire extraction.
Yeah, I could bring the money and also, yeah, extract together.
Yeah. Oh, careful.
Who?
Sorry, I bumped into you.
It's all good. There's holes here, so be careful.
Oh, the possibility of Jade falling.
Uh-oh.
Mm,
I could help after. Let me put this up first, real quick. All right, parking here. Okay. No, bangers, go away. Get down here. No. That's right. Headman.
Good job.
I saw
Okay,
Headman for a bit.
I got Jade to the extraction.
Okay. I'll go the other way.
It's not, Jade is not in, but
I hear the scream again. Alright, I guess we both can go in at the same time. Money! You know what? That works. Whatever.
that's so weird. I don't think I've ever carried Jade that way.
I never carried Jade before. And Jade is too big. Yay. I leave.
I leave. Yes.
Leave.
I don't even remember what killed me.
I can give you health.
Oh, that's... I am at 1 health. Oh my gosh.
I also have a bit.
One
Same
more.
mod.
Not long for this world.
Oh,
Same
you're no
mods?
longer for this world.
Same
Now
mods,
slightly...
but we disabled the more players mod.
Yeah, same mods updated, but we disabled the more players.
Yeah. We probably weren't going to have that many either way. And that one's deprecated now. It's apparently going to break the game if we keep using it.
Oh,
Well, it doesn't mean it will break the game, but it did already look a bit weird. It makes sense that it was deprecated. Boom! Amazing. Oh, I got a diamond.
Stuff.
big hole.
This would have been way easier.
Oh,
I feel like maybe I should have gone to the further one to activate.
that's alright. Makes sense. It breaks the games as it can cause instability issues. I mean, when there's too many
What
people,
was that?
I guess.
I was thinking I had just activated an extraction point, and I think it might have been smarter to go to a further one, so that way we won't have too far to go back to the van once we're done.
That's fine. We
It's
don't
alright.
have to be smart all of the time.
Yeah, we're just creatures.
Features. Gonna put the vase inside. But even
God damn it. Into the hole you go, assheads. Bye bye. Smirk. What is that? Oh! Please work. What? Oh. Oh my god! Wait! I hate this game.
good enough.
This game gets a 0 out of 10. Hiya. I couldn't stand up. I'm too small. That launch was too big.
Okay. Close your eyes.
If I want to say is it gonna be this? Yeah, that's close enough. I'm okay.
Okay. Close your eyes.
That fucking launch, holy shit. I cannot believe it. He's screaming how I died once. Accidentally hit my friend with a cart. He ran into the pit and died. His head flew out of the pit, knocked me out, and then rolled in and died. The snowball effect. We love them.
Hello, and welcome.
But Brecky a college bean, which makes you smart. Yeah, Brecky is very smart. And furry pole jobs, hell yeah. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. I'm pretty sure that doesn't break the Twitch TOS, so it should be fine. I mean, it's 18 plus. Hell yeah. Is it a pack that only has 4 mods total? No, there's a bunch of mods actually. Let me check. What kind of... We have BP Next, Dead TTS, Late Join, Death Head Hopper, Free Cam Spectate, Dead Map Access, Yippee Duck, More Head, Menu Lib, Ben's Cosmetics, Repo Lib, Library, and More Head Utilities.
Okay, she's in here. Tilra. Uh-oh. Headman. Up. I gotta get out of here.
No.
Oh, I almost had it. I tried to tumble launch at it, but it didn't work.
I actually didn't die to the headman.
It looked like a pit, right?
Yeah. I was trying to launch myself up to get the hourglass, and then the launched me towards the pit instead.
Gotta love when that happens. Okay, so they went out. I could... Ooh, I found an object without...
I don't like headman. I cannot mine it. I cannot do explosion mine.
I usually have luck tumble launching at it, but sometimes that's... sometimes that turns out to be a mistake.
But doesn't tumble launch hurt you as well?
It can.
Oh.
I think the card might be blocking the... No, it's not.
Chasing the headman.
I'm looking at Nexus.
They might be able to extract what we have, and
It's
Yeah.
nice to
yeah,
see
no, we have
the-
plenty in there. So if you can just, wait a minute.
Nexus found the hourglass.
If we can just get back to the cart, and then they can get the cart to extraction,
I mean, we have
then they won't have to be all by
I found,
themselves.
this is... Oh yeah, let's extract. Anyone know where the head might be?
No, it's here. Stop with you.
Scarecrow.
Oh, it would have to be right in the way.
They respawn very quickly, don't they?
Yeah, it seems like I think it's every time you extract, they'll respawn, but then there are certain items that will cause them to respawn as well. Like if enough
Oh.
noise is made. The spooky crate being one example of that.
Oh.
Okay.
Like if you have
I wouldn't
to,
say it's safe, but maybe at the very least.
no, they've got a clear path to it. It should be fine. But yeah, the crate, if it's not upright, then it'll make a bunch of noise, and that spawns
extract
enemies, and
some value out of this.
it'll attract the ones that are there toward wherever the noise is coming from.
Dang. I just saw the crate explodes before.
5? Then
That'll
that
usually
isn't
make the
enough to
spookies
trigger
angry.
it or not, is it?
Blackout and noisy items can spawn them from memory? Oh my god, we
We're
live.
back.
We live.
We live.
Money.
Be where I live.
Oh, yeah,
we get bonked by the money.
money kill. Money hurt.
Also, there's a clown here. We can keep that in case you want to attack.
That's right. I was wondering why you didn't extract that, but that's a good plan.
Maybe I could try. Did anyone prime this clown?
No, I did not prime it.
I'll prime it. Don't touch my nose.
Don't do it again.
Don't do it again. Woohoo.
Oh no. Oh, but
Gnomes. Oh.
that's a good point. We have not.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you did not have any health. So you were.
Gnomes.
Also was a pickaxe to death.
They
Do you know
were.
where the last extraction is?
I'm trying to find it. I think there's still this question mark room here. It might be there.
Possible.
I hear it. No! Why did the clown destroy itself?
Clown destroyed itself? Ah, shame.
Viz.
I mean, to be frank, the clown always destroys itself, no matter. Also, careful, I have this one.
I'll grab it. So I can throw the vase around and it's not gonna explode? Burrito? Frankfurter? To be frank, why not to be Thomas? Who Thomas who? Did I just see a shadow bubble?
Yeah, I found a potion.
Nice!
I figured I'd throw it into the tiny car. I think there are there's at least small items left. But I think we should just extract and run away.
Wait, oh, that one is the hourglass on top.
That is true, we could get that.
But hourglass is gonna slow us down a lot. Even though it's funny, I like that. I think we can just extract, I think it's fine. Oh. Can put down the cart actually.
Okay, guess.
I broke the cart. The fuck is
no!
that? I got doinked
It was
and then
right
I
I'm
don't,
behind
bang,
you.
I don't like banger bangers.
I got doinked and then
It
I'm
was-
dead.
That shadow baby. It was right behind you, and I couldn't. I
Well,
was
I guess
about to
here we
text to
go again.
speech.
Oh,
It would have taken
I
too
think it
long
was
to,
worth
to
it,
matter.
oh
let's hope we
my
make
god.
it.
It just says doink and then I'm
I believe in
dead.
us.
Yoink.
Let's go, one of them.
It's so
Okay.
good. They scare the fuck
Now
out
we
of me
have
and
to
then it's
run.
so funny.
You know, it does spook you whenever it's not. You don't see it coming.
Yeah. Yoink.
Let's go.
We can run.
Okay.
So much
This one's gonna
money.
be. This one's gonna be a bit tough.
Yeah. Ooh, scarecrow behind you.
Lots. Of course.
Wee. Okay, don't mind me, thank you. Don't mind me, thank you. I want to hold you. Ahoo! Run! Everything is fine, everything is fine. Oh!
No, no. No, 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 no.
I cannot see
Oh my gosh.
anything.
No, that's the pits are very rough.
Yeah.
Ah, shame.
Shame.
They abandoned us. I think that was the best option.
There was
Yeah.
10,000 thing behind me. I had to run.
Yeah, we had gnomes and bangers and the scarecrow. Those things are not easy to get away from.
And then the headman
Yeah.
saw me. I had to run.
Then of all the things, it's always a pit. It's always got to be a pit.
It's always the pit. God damn it! I hate holes.
Yeah.
It's okay. We get a lot of money.
Money, 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 money.
One. You don't have the things have chances to give other people.
Oh right, so we gotta be a little more smart.
Yeah.
Oh, Ixon can join. Okay. After we buy things, Ixon can
Hey.
join. Heck yeah.
Ixen is ready to manifest.
More dragon. Actually, I'm gonna go close the curtains. I'm so hot. Holy shit.
Actually, I'm gonna be a bee for a moment.
I'm gonna step away as well. In just a sec. Oh.
Yeah. Sun very hot. I cannot get up there on my own though. I feel like there's gonna be something up there. Oh, stun mine is really good. I want more mozzarella stick. Mozzarella stick sounds pretty good. Chocolate. You can buy them frozen and they come with a sweet sauce, but I actually eat it salted with tzatziki? Not too sure what that is. You become a mozzarella stick? I'm gonna hide here. No one will know. Oh, I'm gonna go grab something real quick. Just a few seconds.
Hello. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Hello, welcome back.
Hey! I wanna look. I
Where did-
wanna look at Nade.
Where's Pos hiding? Wait, I think I know. Uh-huh.
Horse is too bright.
Hello, Stephen.
Hello.
Steven.
I just sat down. I love how it says Steven. Steven! Steven!
Stephen.
Steven.
But what if Steven gets in the way? Amethyst! How much did you tell him? Who? Steven!
I want uppies.
Happy for
A B for Kobo.
Oh my god, heck yeah.
bonus.
Oh, entire tiara? Heck yeah. Do you guys want any head power, head charge upgrade? I don't know what they do, but...
The head tower that, whenever you are dead, they are, upgrades that let you propel yourself, like, all over the place.
I'm destroying them down.
Handy.
It can be a lot of fun because you can just launch your head across the map.
Okay, got some upgrades for everyone. or rather, like one of each upgrade, almost. So
Oh,
Ixen has something to go for.
how did I hit myself?
I did the same with the frying pan.
Yeah, frying pans do that. It's wild. Actually, I think you might be able to just buy
All the upgrade?
most of the upgrades. All of them, actually.
Ooh. Strength is very expensive, though.
They... Okay. Still might as well grab all of them, I guess.
Yeah.
We can afford it if we want.
We can do it.
Unless...
Ugh.
Unless there's anything else that we really need or something. Wait, no, that's...
Oh, it's over. Watch it.
It's fine. Let's sort this out. Put all the stamina in the corner. I feel like the light of the extraction over here might be a tiny bit too bright.
Oh, yeah.
It makes it hard to actually see what you have put in here.
We can only rely on the tooltips on it.
Yeah. Wind speed. Okay, I've sorted it a bit.
Oh, what a throw.
It's the least important. I think health is not that important because if you get hit, you're usually dead anyway.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Just don't get hit.
Just don't get hit. 11 head.
11 head. Bigger juice boxes.
Yeah, we have the biggest one here. I already got it in the cart, but I don't need it personally. You can have it. Okay. Anything
I have
we
one
want?
health.
I have 1 health.
That's what we have here.
I'm happy with the purchase.
I wonder... One second. I'm wondering if this head charge... Is there a head charge in here? I'm gonna take a power upgrade and see if it survives.
Ah, you're spamming that one instead?
Well, now I wanted to see because I remembered Kifelio had one of those, and it just kind of survived without having to buy it.
Oh.
Okay.
It wound up in the van with everyone.
Okay, I'm gonna buy this now. Okay.
Yeah.
Do. I think we're good to go. Run away!
Actually wonder if you spam these, if that will also actually lie.
Usually those won't do anything. Wait, juice box.
Actually,
Okay.
let me check.
I love that the duck is still going.
It never stops.
Okay, I'm gonna start now. Ready?
I'm
Okay.
ready.
Got my juice.
Oh my god, gun.
Yay.
101 health.
Ixen can now manifest.
Make a wish for... No, that's not.
Ixen.
Oh no, the sprint speed. That was what I was after.
I can invite Ixen, I think.
Yeah. I guess I can also invite Ixen.
Invite to game.
Looks like he's there.
Oh,
Oh.
Ixen is far.
I would love an
Ooh,
invite.
I invited.
He can't hear us, I think. Don't worry.
Oh yeah,
But
Ixen
they-
cannot hear us.
You won't be
Yeah.
able to hear the game, but if
Yeah,
the
I
stream
can
is
hear
open,
myself through Kira stream, which is
You can
that makes it very difficult to talk.
Mute my stream. Don't stream snipe.
Uh-huh.
is it
Stream
stream sniping
sniping.
if it's co-op?
No.
Oh, you can also get some upgrades from the buffet over here.
Ixen, use. Use.
Oh yeah.
Consume.
Eat all of them. Eat. Become beacon stone.
Am I doing all of them, or have you already gotten yours?
I don't have
wait.
any.
I can
I have an idea.
Oh,
have
I
an
missed.
idea.
Why don't I just go ahead and suggest that as a fish?
Stream snipe. The future new kind of fish knows stream snipe. I need to add it.
It's sort of like, I guess the snipe is like an inside joke kind of thing of like this fake animal that you're supposed to hunt on some kind of rite of passage, but it's like it doesn't exist, so we can make it something.
There's two
I do
more
like
stamina.
how much range you get from here.
Two more stamina.
I'm going to eat one of these and then leave the rest.
Ow! Here, I'll wait till you all get the upgrades you want, and then I'll... Okay.
I think Ixen can get the stamina.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna eat one more stamina, but you can have the remaining.
It's down here. Eat it.
Eat your vegetables.
Eat it. Don't
Oh my goodness, that works as well, sorry.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
tumble lunch. Bye
We
home
ready
now.
to go?
Yeah. I think
I
the
have
range
chocolate.
is impressive. I'm also stream sniping a tiny bit. I mean, I do need to. I want to.
Stream snooting. I boop my snoot into your stream.
Heck yeah, I like pooping schnuts.
Yes.
Oop, the schnoot.
Oops. There's nothing there.
The lights. It's a party in here.
I do love the Weavers. Actually, why don't I have that? Oh, I do have those active.
Yeah, you do. I love it.
I loved when I would have a client timeout, I would have to rejoin the game, and since everybody else has the same cosmetics as me, inside of the van, it's like a
party.
dance floor. Yeah.
Too much. Actually, I'm gonna get it down here. No, I'm gonna leave it up there because it's useful.
Awake pills that makes me awake. I can bite ankles.
We have breakable. This is one of the most.
Ooh. Please don't bite my ankles. Okay, I won't.
I found the plate.
I hear yippee.
Behold, the worst thing to handle. Right. I'm gonna get that over there. There.
I found
We
an
can switch.
ocarina.
I'm
My
gonna
favorite.
put this to extraction.
Gonna put this there as well.
Mr. Beast? Mr. Beast? Isn't Mr. Beast bad?
I don't know anything.
I only heard about the drama that he's been into.
Oh, there's drama. Oh no.
Yeah, regarding Mr. Beast like scamming everyone and stuff.
Yeah, weren't they making like food in somewhere?
Yeah, that one is also like the Lunchables, I think, like moldy
yeah.
food and stuff. Scary stuff. Guess I will never poop the snoot no more. No, I want my snoot poop.
Stay puff.
That doesn't sound good.
Okay. So we've got Bowtie and a Mentalist. That
Bowtie?
Bowtie, Trudge, Mentalist, and it just knocked over the crate, so we're in trouble.
We do.
It's about to get fun.
Oh, oi! It can pull like that.
Okay, so my tumble launch did nothing. You! Get back here. Oh no. Can I... I'm seeing if I have the range. Okay, I don't think they're... Okay, no.
This one was the only one that is active.
They weren't deployed. Or Teal'ra. Yeah, so we have Mentalist, we have Bowtie, and Trudge all in the same place.
I see.
So,
Careful, I have a fan here, I'm gonna move it. Actually, sorry, I'm gonna move it out of this way because you're moving fast.
you have a lot of
Oh,
fans.
careful, there's a mentalist right here.
Oh, great. Let's hang out here for a second. I'll just pretend to be dead.
Apparently the fan is helping to keep the duck away.
Where's
That's
Action
good.
actually? Well, Ixon is gaming.
Actually, let's make this make a little more sense.
I don't like
Oh,
being
great,
alone on this one.
Oh, there's a hunter.
Hunter, 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 hunter.
Hey, over here. Yeah, come this way.
I'm eating chocolate. I think about the Mr. Beast song sometimes. I can't forget. I never heard about that. I mean, to be fair, I don't know anything
okay.
about Mr. Beast other than that drama, honestly.
Well, Now that the hunter's gone, let's finish making this make sense. What? Oh no, 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 no. No. Not ready.
Okay, I've removed the stun mine for now, so it does. Oh.
Yeah, it doesn't accidentally get one of us.
Yeah.
Mort. We have enough to extract now, and we can get Kira back if we want to do that.
And like Mr. Beast, neither do I. I
You
feel
might
like
want to do that.
I just feel like
Would
whenever
be
I
a
watch
good
his
idea.
content, it's just kind of fake
I
and
don't
stuff.
was gonna-
being alone on this map. It's
It
terrifying.
feels
We have
fake.
so many enemies to deal with right now.
Like nothing about his videos feels
We
genuine.
got heckin' Bowtie, we got Mentalist, we got The Hunter. The Hunter from REPO? Are you kidding me?
The green Vietnam is so creepy. I know.
Money.
So disingenuine, I feel like.
Rise from your grave! Oh,
I'm sleeping.
oh no. We're sorry,
Hunter right
Tilda.
behind us.
Ooh, one shot.
Yay!
Nicely
Sorry.
done.
I wanted
That's
to
okay.
call out that you're very close to the mine, but
I did not realize until it was too late. I took a little damage, but it's fine. We made it.
Hey, yeah, explosion. Hi,
I
Zio.
like explodes. I like the big boom.
that's another mine for you, Tilda.
That I can.
Yeah.
Oh my god, thank
Yeah.
you. Oh,
Another thing, I found a bonsai tree we missed. Where's
Actually-
that pocket card?
Let me give you
Yo.
some health to make up for it.
Oh, thank you very much.
I'm sorry. Everything okay?
I don't know.
Oh, yep, I coughed and it knocked over a plastic cup that I had.
Uh-oh.
Ah.
That's a strong cough.
Cosmetics cage, but you still have my cosmetics.
Oh yeah, that happened to you the other day.
Nothing's down here, right? Just checking. Yeah, I don't think there's anything here. One more for YouTube's brief retrospective videos that last 5 hours. I love long form videos. Watching them and then just do my own thing, it's always fun. I like that.
Extraction is a bit mean.
There is an extraction back the way I just came from. I think we should wait to activate
is.
that one.
It is a bit mean. It looks like the type of walk.
It does look. It looks like the type we would want to get out of the way as soon as possible.
Come on, this way. Nope. Down. Get in
Thank
the
you.
hole. Yay! Come with me.
But yeah, that does look like the type of extraction point that we would want to get out of the way as soon as possible, but also it's... Oh,
That's the slipping sound I heard. That's unfortunate.
Slurp?
It sounded just like that. Yeah, slurp the Kobo.
We have big thing here. Big man. Big man.
Big Mac.
Big man coming.
Kobo.
It was over there. Oh! I don't know if I should stun mine it.
I'm not strong enough.
Oh!
No.
I'm a game like that.
That was a huge suck.
I was trying to lift it while it was down, but I don't
tried.
have any. I have one strength.
I tried to. It was too thick.
Also, I'm sorry I was late.
No,
My sleep has been actively against me lately,
it's
and
okay.
intentionally being in the wrong spot.
It's okay. Don't be sorry. It's okay. I mean, honestly, I feel like sleep is more important.
It's not when it's constantly getting in the way. This is the third thing I've been an hour plus late for because of my body's like, no, we're gonna sleep through this.
But it's okay, honestly. There's no need to apologize. Rip. That was a double suck.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Uh-oh.
So that means
I'm still alive.
okay,
Two people are
Nexus
still
is-
alive. Wait, we're the last one alive. Wait.
Oh, there she is. Okay, so we
Oh.
okay, so
The double suck.
that that makes me feel a little better about the decision I made regarding this extraction point.
Yeah.
Pet Exon. Oh, it's Lex. Hi.
Well, there we go.
Welcome to the realm of the dead.
That's why I decided to get that extraction point out of the way ASAP because I hate it and I want it done as soon as possible. So Ixon and I are now bouncing around the extraction point. So Nexus will find us eventually.
Not if I close the door on him.
I'm in the card
Wah.
and
I need.
the big man is
Wait, did I?
slowly
Okay.
walking towards Nexus and he's stuck.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
I see him. He's right next to the. He's pushing the cart.
Oi!
No, the cart. No.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, and there was a tank in there too.
Oh no.
Ah, why you gotta do this? Where are they anyway?
Nexus is inside the place.
Okay, so at least the trudge is moving.
No. I don't like this number.
I just if at the very least there's enough. I was gonna say if there's at least enough money in the cart. There is just not enough now.
Yeah.
One thing I don't like about the next extraction is that it has the hole. And given...
Uh-oh. Brainiac?
No, no, no.
Brainiac!
No, no.
What does Brainiac do?
I have heard that...
Oh,
No, 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 no,
Oh.
but no.
Okay. It did not kill them. Why is it going into the extraction? Get out of there.
About this situation.
Guess that would make sense. I do not hate C, so I hate the mind goblin thing much more than
Yeah.
I would theoretically hate C. I don't hate a lot of things.
Where do we get that remaining money?
No.
Oh wait, all the souls got. Aww. That.
Yeah.
Hello,
Unfortunate.
leg.
Hello, legs.
Eat the pudding.
How are you doing?
And the
hon?
Greenland.
The Spooter and the Shanek.
Which one? You don't have enough money for an extraction. Does any of you have a head charge?
Do any of us have a heart in charge?
Wait, where's Pos?
Oh my god, I see a very cool looking dragon on Telegram.
Ah, okay.
How
That's
about
fine. I'm gonna see if I can.
Did see, I don't know if they'll be able to do it by themselves, but there is a big old kombuchter somewhere around here. Yeah, big old kombuchter.
Computer?
Right in the hallway, just near where they just went. They might be able to drag that across. It's
Just
very
try.
dangerous, though.
That's evil.
Maybe. Oh, that goes way in there.
Okay, that's enough.
I cannot believe I get
okay.
sucked twice.
I'm glad I left that tank there.
I don't like this.
Ooh. Tie them, ride them. Oh god.
Marvik!
Marvik.
Marvik!
Marvik.
Yo, hi there, Marvin.
Thunder Moglin!
Fandriel, hi.
Thunder.
Maybe I should
When did
do
you-
it backwards or something. I don't know.
All of the beans.
Look
I
at
was
chicken.
not paying attention tonight. I did not know that you were streaming.
Oh, and Corix.
Welcome in, everybody.
Hello.
I did.
What
Okay,
were you
we're on the way
doing?
back.
Wait, I'm doing the shuttle thing. How was Persona? Oh my god, I'm gonna run away. I don't need to run away actually.
Oh. It was Persilba.
Hunter!
Oh, gosh.
Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop.
Where'd the money go?
The money?
From the extraction. Okay. We're like swapping players.
Yeah. Well, I want to do the shout out thing. But I can't right now.
Tag team, you're in. Oh, mentalist. Watch out. He's
Brainiac?
behind us. Yeah, it's behind us.
Wait, I went the wrong way. I'm stupid. No. Oh, big man. Guess I have to go the other way. The fuck is this place? Oh, Brainiac! Chill, Brainiac, don't throw me down.
Oh no. Welcome to Dead.
Hey,
I
welcome
have
to the
been
club.
welcome to the dead.
Now Ixon's all by himself. Oh my gosh, this run is
Yeah.
so bad.
Oh yeah. Yay, your chat can hear me now.
Yeah, so here is Nexus. They are here.
Survived. No.
Okay, so what we're dealing with for those of you just joining us, we have a mentalist, 2 trudges, a hunter, the duck, the ducky, and what else do we have? There was something else, wasn't there?
Hello.
I don't know.
And
There's so many things.
Uh,
Thanks for the follow, Fenrir. I should do the shout out thing. Wow. Here,
I
I'll
think there's I think there's a baby as well.
turn
it
off
was
push to
last.
talk.
Wait, last time we did have a
There we
baby.
go.
Yeah?
Oh, that's right. The child was the last one.
Anyway, welcome in Raiders. Thanks for the raid again, Maravik. I'm Tiora. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch
Was
of
it?
games. I love fighting games.
I don't know.
I love Dragon Stupids.
And there
Wow.
was one of the first extraction points that we had has the very super narrow bridge
I
that
love Dragon
basically
Bits.
all of us fell off the
Hello.
edge of.
And welcome.
And I do art sometimes.
As soon as we extracted, Hunter comes in.
Hope you are doing good. I've been playing
Yeah, I just
this
had to
repo every
alert
Saturday, so
the
it's
others,
fine.
and then I perish.
Alright, there we go. Thanks for the follow as
And
well,
post
Marvin.
perish too, and that is sad.
Very shortly after.
Hey. Also, hello Marvik, hello Coax, and hello Lex. Hope you're doing well.
Oh, I hear
I'm
Hello,
back from
and
the
Thundermoglin. I
heaven.
saw
the extraction point.
You found a muggling as well. Hey.
I saw a Thundy in there.
I saw Thunder Moglin as well, yeah.
Yes.
It's Saturday here at least. It's Saturday almost night now. Yeah, it's 5:30 p.m.
Then I don't know if Ixen knows that the card is not enough.
He'll find out.
Yeah.
So this isn't enough, but it'll keep
Okay.
you all safe here, and I do have the.
My co-card. Racing.
Yeah, no. Ixon might do better unloading Kobo cart.
Double cart.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Ixon might do
Trophy.
a little better unloading the cart into the extraction and taking that with him.
You know, but Ixon also isn't that experienced compared to us, I think.
I don't know how many hours I have in repo.
Okay.
Much
It's
more
okay.
need.
I believe in a dragon.
Yeah, Dragon
This is
good.
enough to extract.
It'll do fine. It'll do just fine.
No, it's not. Okay.
Can join
Until
after
they
if you
don't.
like.
Ixon can do it, I
It's
believe.
enough to extract, but if I just transfer it over
Just needs to almost double
like that.
what's in there.
Careful, careful.
Yeah, like
Yeah, I got
5,000
that
more. That is one big item's worth, or like one medium item's worth.
Kobo cart
I'm
sounds like
seeing
a
bunch of things way
zany
over.
kart racer.
Ah! No!
Are you gonna kill me? I only have 1 health. Please don't kill me. We're so close. The serve up there I can't get.
No, he
You're
got
not gonna
he got
kill me, are you?
he got the best enemy to
Hi
get
there, Korix. See you
gotten
too.
by.
I do actually wonder what the lore for that enemy is. Who would create a thing like that?
Not sure.
Hi, Corix. Look at the carrot I
Does
bought.
anyone who's dead know will this kill me?
Oh gosh, I love finding massive carrots at the grocery store. I don't know why that makes me so happy to see, but
Oh my god, that is massive. It's a big heckin' carrot. Oh my.
Oh.
most recent one I found was like about the size of my forearm. It lasted about a week and a half.
What did you find?
A giant carrot.
Oh, carrot.
Mm-hmm.
I like carrot. Yeah, Greenland had a giant carrot the other day.
I've been making lots of banh mi lately, so it takes a lot of carrot and radish.
Ah. It's surprising how big they get if you get them out very late.
It's really great too because they last a while. They're dense enough that they don't go bad super easily as long as they stay refrigerated.
If Ixen had the invincibility drone that I had, I don't know where it went. There's a chance it might have fallen off at the other extraction.
I also love seeing long carrots. I just eat the carrot like a snack. If it works, it works.
Long carrot.
I'm being pet.
Good. Pet,
Hello,
pet,
Fenrir.
pet everyone. Is it just me, or is Ixon teleporting around like a Dragon Ball fighter?
He is rubber banding a little bit. Yeah. Who's
Yeah,
hosting the game?
Too. I'm hosting at the moment.
I see.
Because I was less remote than
What? No.
Oh.
What's going on?
We've been disconnected.
I've seen loading screw.
Oh.
Ixon disconnected?
I bet.
Oh no, Ixon disconnected.
We're being disposed of.
Ixon disconnected, so we failed. No.
Okay. Here's what we do. I'm gonna get the
Tumble lunge.
Good job.
Yeah.
Aha, oh god! Oh, you got me! No!
I did. And then my sword disappeared.
Tumble lunge.
Sword!
Yeah.
Home run!
Tumble lunge.
Oh. I'll just hug you
I have a
while I'm
frame.
holding a chopped off.
Ah, I hit myself with the frying pan.
Damage. How sad.
Bye bye.
Hui,
Oh no.
hui. Tumble lunge. I launched myself. I'm so sorry. No, it's okay, Ixon. No worries.
Can we just like hug instead? That would be
Yeah.
fun.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no!
We all died.
The hammer was too powerful.
I love how the whole point of this is the whole point of us.
Yeah.
No.
The whole point is what? Sorry, you cut out because
The whole point was for us to like kill each other, but we're apologizing for hitting one another.
Yay, Tekken.
Hey, Ixon lives again. What happened?
I don't know.
Looks
Sometimes the client will just randomly disconnect. It's been a little buggy issue here and there.
like... Yikes.
If we would like to try it, I have gotten some very good internet since the last time we did this, and I might be able to host, and we can all have good ping.
We can try.
Yay, please.
That is true.
We can give
I
it a
also
try.
Still have a
Yeah.
save from last, not last Friday, but the Friday before. as
Okay,
well.
so if we head out, I'll go ahead and start a new one and invite
Okay.
everyone.
Okay. And the rest can join on me if there's anyone that you don't have friended.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah. Lex wanna join. I think I can play like God, maybe like at most three more loot. It's not like the entire match, but like 2 or 3 more stages, I think, at most. Maybe. Hey. Lex wanna join?
Rose here too.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so I've got a ping of 57, so that'll be the lowest ping that we can have. And so I'll
Everyone
share
has
my internet.
285 ping. It's alright. I mean,
I have like between 57 and 136. So I guess it's okay.
I'm
So
gonna
I can't
invite
add
Lex.
you as Steam friends through this.
Who? Me?
What can we do?
I can't add Boss as a friend through this somehow.
Oh yeah, I don't think that the game's gonna let that happen. I'm not really sure if it has a way to do that. You would have to do that through the Steam API.
I was able to add other people as a friend through through the Steam API. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
For
but
some reason-
REPO doesn't actually do this, unfortunately. Other games do.
Oh, that's that.
I invited Lex.
Super.
Oh,
Oh,
we invited
fish.
Legs.
Lex
Oh,
is
yeah, Lex.
coming.
Yeah.
All right,
Get
so
in
we'll
here,
wait on
Legs.
Legs.
Get your abdomen
Let's
in
see
here.
if I find a non-boring fish.
I'm a fish too.
Fish tree.
Atlantic cod. I don't like cod. It's not a good series.
Yeah, I was gonna make a comment on the actual fish because I love the texture of cod, but that's even better.
Eat Lex.
Teal'c caught the entire Earth.
Oh, well, it's mine
Again!
now.
Oh, we have a lot of Earth today.
Legs.
We have a lot of them. Leggy legs! leg! Hi, sweetie.
Eat like.
Hey, person.
We can't hear you.
Yeah, you might be muted.
Oh, I got a ghost
Oh,
fish.
the microphone is betraying you. Wow.
Another ghost fish.
Also, maybe the audio source could have changed in the settings.
There we go.
Or maybe you are pushed to talk or something.
I was on
There
the.
Yeah.
Yay!
Are we all set then?
I need
I'm
to bump
ready.
legs up louder so I can hear her because I love
Ronaldinho soccer.
Ronaldinho Soxar.
Nothing. Alrighty. Anybody not ready?
Yeah. Okay.
I'm
Does that
ready. Oh. Oh my god, it's so loud. Holy shit.
I've got the best one.
Ronaldinho Soxar.
Soccer fishing. Football emoji.
Goal.
Football emoji.
Thank you,
Football
Marine.
emoji.
Wow.
Football emoji.
Football emoji. Football emoji.
Football emoji.
Football emoji.
Football emoji.
Yo! Football emoji!
Oh.
Ronaldinho Soxar.
Love potion!
Let's go in. I found the love potion. They're gonna be busy with that for a while.
Oh no.
Oh, I thought I got raided.
Everyone still has my customizations!
You right and
Aww!
Heck yeah.
Go frog.
Uh-oh.
get butter please over
Absolutely nothing.
There's an ocarina.
Oh,
Sometimes there'll be stuff up high.
No.
love me some Roda. Ronaldinho Soxar.
I'm always trying to climb up on stuff. You'll see me jumping around just in case there's anything that'll highlight.
I found this.
There's a thing up here.
Thing.
Oh, it's a diamond.
Oh my god, diamond?
Diamond.
Where's the
Oh my god, it's diamond.
Nailed it.
I
I'm
won.
professional.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
we got out of the way.
This.
I
Okay.
think I hear a trudge.
It's the Fetty again?
Speak. I think so. Let me
like if I hit right for
let me make sure.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
You got the book.
No, you've been
the
bitten.
heck?
Don't be bitten.
Book bed.
Yeah, if you grab the book, it makes things better.
What the heck?
Well, the book is probably the first knowledge.
Oh, hello.
But
Side.
No.
Scarecrow.
Why is it Scarecrow? God damn it.
I think I hear a scarecrow.
Because it is a Scarecrow. There's a bunch of stuff up here.
oh, scarecrow.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go this way now.
The stupid Scarecrow bully. Uy, 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 uy. There goes the diamond, I think. Fuck.
Kiora.
What? Nothing happened.
No, Tira, do not die.
Stupid
Doesn't understand stairs,
scarecrow.
it's fine.
Yeah,
Well, who has a
stupid.
clown? Do you still have a clown?
Ah,
In
wait.
the cart.
Alright, we get. Yeah, that's right, stupid scarecrow. Look at your head, stupid. Oh, they jump.
You're just mocking it.
Look at your stupid head. You can never even get taller than this.
I'm gonna go this way.
Look at that. Oh!
Yay!
Ow!
Nailed it.
Yay!
That was perfect. Oh my god, I've been
I have
saved
to
by the
get the
dragon.
clown out of the cart first.
Flawless execution. Yeah, I didn't know where to put it.
I've been
Right,
saved
I'm
by the
gonna
dragon.
get the orb down.
I have the cup. A dragon saving kobold? Heck yeah.
Ooh. Pretty.
Hooray.
Shiny.
Honey!
Shiny. How did the book get up?
Yeah, as we got the clown and it was very buried.
Oh, do we have clown as well?
And the clown grenade that I used.
I love the clown
I had to
name.
get it out of the cart. It was a bit buried.
Oh, I wonder if. Let me see. I think. Oh, that's it. It is physics based.
It explodes outwards and then it bounces off the edge of the container.
Humble lunch.
There we go. It uses,
I
since
mean,
it's
I
concave.
can grab you if you tumble.
Let me.
Maybe I can.
No, I was trying to figure out how to make it do the thing.
Jump off the table. Like, get on the
So stingy. This place is so empty.
There we go. And
Just as I suspected.
Ronaldinho basketball.
Ronaldinho basketball? Eh. I just made a
Just
dunk.
as I thought. Nothing there.
Disappointing.
Does it shoot the opposite way that I'm facing?
I think it is a bit unreliable, so I tend to not use it.
It seems to go off of which way you're facing in the cauldron, and also which side of it you're on, because it's concave at the bottom, so if you were to bounce a ball off of the inside of it, you just picture... Ah, there we go. You just picture which way it would bounce if the thing was empty, if you were to throw a bouncy ball in there.
Ah. Wow, that is interesting. I never... No, I'm gonna use it when it's actually useful.
It's probably a better way to describe it, but that's all I can... that's the way that I can think, too.
I don't...
No, I understand.
I don't understand.
It is very useful. Thank you for the hint. So I'm gonna probably try that next time.
I think we probably have everything now, no?
Seems like it. Have a lunch.
That's everything.
Eh.
We can probably turn all that in now.
I don't think I
Well,
see.
uppies?
Yeah. And pick me up.
Uppies.
I guess
Uppies. Puppies!
I got 3 uppies. Oh my god.
Puppies!
Ah. There was the 2 strong uppies.
Gentle up. Gentle uppies.
Handle
know where you
Kobo
are.
gentle.
Right.
Like hamburger.
That helps you get out of the door.
Handle Kobo
We had
puppies.
everything, right?
Gentle.
Yeah,
Like
I think.
pork.
I didn't say anything more.
Hamburger.
Burger uppies.
Burger uppy. Where's Ixen?
Kobo burger uppies.
Where is X?
Hey,
Get in there.
I don't want
Okay.
it.
Run
Get in
for
there.
it!
I don't want
What did you do?
I was putting on my wrist braces because I'm old.
Let's get out of here.
Wrist braces.
You
Yeah.
get in there, little miss.
No.
Ixon was bracing himself.
Get out of here! I've been booped.
Yes.
Duke.
I've been booped.
Boop everyone.
Bazooka.
Double launch.
Wow.
So when
have
will I
one
start
duck.
seeing everyone else's actual, like? 'Cause
You
how
might
that-
need to restart the game before that is fixed.
Oh
But,
yeah, that's something that Kifelio had to do. He had to restart the whole client because
I don't think you have restarted your game before you joined. So I guess maybe when we're in the truck again, then you can disconnect and rejoin.
Well, I'll try
I
that.
don't know how it works.
do bear in mind that when you do join, it's going to have, like, while we're in the van waiting, it's going to have everybody
It's
look
gonna
the
have
same
the
as
same
you.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, so
But
you
once
should
you're
probably
in-game, it should
also
I like
also
going up.
disconnect before you eat any upgrades because I don't know if they will transfer otherwise.
They might not survive. I would like a range if we can afford it.
Duct tape
They may
need.
not
It's mine now.
Great.
Oh.
Yay.
I got
Hello.
nailed.
Hello.
That will not.
Double launch.
Oh, is there a cheaper range?
I don't think so.
I already got the other
think
range.
Oh.
So we have 2.
Do we have the one that shares it across?
Drink.
No, we
No.
don't have that mod.
That's sad.
Oh.
We're gonna have to be smart about our upgrades.
We also don't have
can-
the thing that adds the things over here where you can buy a bunch more grade.
I'm
I have
hiding.
money for another stamina, so I'm gonna put that in there.
No one knows where I am.
Nobody can see. Where's Tilra? Where did she go? Oh
Yeah,
my.
I
I
am
wonder.
I'm invisible.
Tilra is hiding so well.
Yeah.
My goodness. Where did you go?
I'm such a good hide and seek.
Wait, why?
Shockwave mine.
I didn't
This
even
one
get
looks
to
like a
say
scale.
goodbye.
No.
Ooh.
The proper way to use a grenade.
There's a need? There's a
Yeah,
gun.
Yeah, there's a nade.
Yeah,
You can
use it-
put the grenade in here if you want.
There's a gun.
Oh, I wasn't planning on actually buying it. I just like using it like by like throwing it at people. Oh, you took it.
Now we're buying it because Tilra is an explosive, the demolition
Yes.
specialist in our
She
group.
has an explosive personality.
Wow.
He is an explosive personality.
Tranquilizer gun. Tranquilizer gun.
Ah!
Tranquilizer gun. Tranquilizer gun.
Aha!
Tranquilizer gun. Tranquilizer gun.
That, if
No,
we
I-
can afford it, that is a very useful weapon to have.
Tranquilizer gun.
It is very
No,
handy.
I'm being pushed in by the gun.
Hooray. Actually, I'm gonna let you down again.
Okay.
So it's come to this, has it?
I shall exalt
It
you.
has.
You're being
No.
exalted.
Tranquilizer gun.
Just get it over with.
I lift you up.
How much is that anyway? So 17.
Yeah, 17 is a
This is a
lot.
very, it's a very useful thing to have if you do get to a point where we can afford it.
Yeah. But now I
mean,
don't
we
want it.
can...
We could, but it wouldn't be worth it for the upgrades that we need right now.
Yeah, also I
Yeah.
couldn't kill with it. I need something else to complement it. Whee.
The thing that I
No.
like to do with it,
My
I prefer
legs.
it over the gun because if I have strength upgrades, I can trank the enemy and then like toss it into a pit, or like bop it against the wall a few times.
That's true.
Badoop.
That's the way I like to do that.
The best reason for
Chat,
dating
watch
someone
this-
in exoskeleton
watch
is I
this
can use them
snipe.
as a weapon.
Wait, what?
Like this.
Oh no, something extra wound up in the shop. I don't think we're needing that.
Why is this called Dennis?
Dennis.
What called Dennis?
Oh, the masks have just like people names for some reason.
Snipe.
Have a spider.
Oh, it is possible to hit yourself. Amazing.
With
If
Shrek as a gun?
you take a gun and then rotate it, then you can.
Oh my god, I want it!
No.
Oh, this is perfect! Oh, oops, I cannot even. How did I do it? Oh! Why is it so hard to do it?
Ah!
I'm strafing.
Amazing. It is very hard to
Expert
aim.
dodging.
Oh my god, the aim is horrendous.
Yeah.
Also, I have no idea how I managed to dodge the mentalist blaster.
Oh.
You were very lucky.
Apparently, there's a frame where he starts doing his attack and you're able to get away.
OMG, the Kobo
Apparently.
has a gun.
I have the gun.
No.
Oh,
I shall lift the Durg.
I grabbed
Oh,
the
no.
wrong.
The Durg is being exalted.
Hello.
Neom. 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 because you have my skin, I didn't even see your head. I just saw the creature on top of your head come into my view and then I blew up.
You've seen the chicken. Now I become Walugi.
No, I don't even see the chicken. I see my creature.
Oh.
I just saw that come into frame and then I blew up.
Oh, now I'm Walugi.
Walugi.
I'm Walugi.
Sounds like a sort of pasta.
It is.
Valuigi.
Walugi.
Waluigi.
Snipe.
Spaghetti.
I tried the wrong way.
It is me. I am the item. Please purchase me.
Spaghetti.
Yay! I am wanted.
I wanna.
Wanted in at least 7 countries
wait.
for the
Oh. There was a snipe.
Hello.
Yoink. I'm stealing this one. This one's getting
How
stolen.
dare you? No. Now I'll never know the secrets.
I know the secrets.
I need to know the secrets.
The secret of what?
Exactly. It's a secret.
Crystal bounced right next to my head.
I'm learning how to throw a grenade.
Granada.
My favorite grenade throwing method is where you is where you hold it in your hand like this, and you just zoom it forward.
Oh.
No, the guns don't zoom! No, the guns don't zoom! Here, I'll whack with the gun.
Huh?
There you go.
Okay.
I like how your eyes look at the thing that I'm holding next to your face, so it looks like you have awareness of it, even though you actually don't. No! Let me out! Let me out! Ah!
Need.
I'm stuck. I'm taking this louder. This louder is mine now.
Grenade.
I'm also taking the other.
Let's put them in the recharge bin. Wait, it does
Grenade.
exist before we have it.
Can't
Before the
take
thing.
me.
It did exist. Someone said it doesn't exist, but no, it does.
I am invisible.
Found two nearly identical.
Headpieces
Need.
that make a very disorienting effect when applied together.
I'm gonna have to see it whenever I restart the game.
Need.
No! just the Kobo just going, grenade! And then just blowing an explosion right in my face.
Need. Huh? What? But need.
I'm applying the Kobo to the grenade to see if I can make grenades go up this way.
Need. Need.
Ow! Whee! I've been defeated.
Need.
No!
Need.
Just following us around with grenades.
Need.
It's surprisingly hard to throw, really.
Need. If it works, it works.
I threw it just fine.
It's a lot easier to throw it sideways, I feel like.
Yeah, that's the way that you do
If
it.
you have enough range, it's the scroll wheel strategy isn't too bad. But you need the
It
range
sounds like it's saying Steven.
to make it.
Need.
We don't have it. So,
Right, should we go for the next stage?
Probably, I need to restart.
Is everyone
There are some
ready?
words that it's definitely not pronouncing right at all. Please
No, it
step this
seemed-
one.
it seemed like the text to speech had a British accent to it, but then it throws that curveball, and it's like I don't know who pronounces it like that.
The computer pronounced it like that because they don't know.
That's written wrong. Don't worry. Actually, I think it's actually a software, like a SAM, software created mouth.
That'd be my guess.
Like Microsoft SAM, but with different values, somewhat.
I am before.
Need.
Why did it not say voice?
What does I am before voice?
There, it said voice that time. Why did it not say it the first time?
Why are you smoking? That is not for your health.
It's a bubble pipe. It's one of those little things
Ah.
that blows bubbles.
The nubble pipe.
Bubbles.
Oh, sorry.
It's like, oh gee, I hope nothing happens when I step out of here. Holler, holler, get dollar.
Boop, boop.
Okay. I'll get the van started, and then maybe Ixon can try restarting the client.
Will do.
I think I can go.
Let me load in. Okay, I'm loaded in, and now I'm going to leave.
I'll go one more.
Toonbolt is still going.
Reboop.
What? What's happening?
Reboop.
What's happening to the head? Are you wearing
That
10,000 head?
is. That is because I have two of a nearly identical item, and I noticed that it has that effect, and I was like, I'm gonna keep it.
I like it.
That's fascinating.
I
Z
actually,
fighting or Z fighting, depending on where you are.
can I wear
Z
everything?
fighting?
Life is not EZ.
Life is very
Z
not
fighting.
EZ.
Z fighting. It is the fighting of the Z.
I remember that famous Kermit quote. It's not EZ being green. That's definitely what he said.
Yep. That's exactly how I remember it.
Exactly.
I'm
It's a very
wearing
famous quote.
10,000 head.
You have a lot of head on your head.
Yeah, head good.
That's why they call it. That's why they call the mod more head.
Yeah.
11
Bonus head.
Bonus head.
I can't drag the next.
Double lunch.
Head surplus.
You appear to be healing, Nexus.
Healing.
Yeah, Ixon was trying to grab you, but it was just doing the healing thing.
I'm health.
Oh.
Very,
Yeah.
very helped.
Eh. Oh, is it because you're in the corner?
Yeah, it's probably because I'm not
If I
tumbling,
do
I'm
this,
just
is
crouching.
someone able to grab me?
Nope.
Interesting. Good to know.
Have you restarted
I
your
suppose
client
that would
yet?
prevent you from like snatching someone who's hiding.
Have you restarted your client yet, Ixon?
I did, yes.
Okay. There's
That's why the
stream.
delay
Oh,
is
I should get my range upgrade. Let me get my range.
Nope, you're mine now.
I need my
Nade.
range.
Does anybody else need a range?
Yoink.
I don't
It can
need.
be arranged.
I have nade.
Nexus, did you get the other one? Or did you want the other
I
one?
didn't get anything. I wanted range. Are you range? Give me range.
Yes, that is a range.
I like
Okay.
range.
Let us go.
Double
Let's
lunch.
go.
Double lunch.
Tumbalunch.
Let us
McChicken
go. Or cabbage.
No, you still have all of my never. Okay, it's fine.
Uh-oh.
Hey,
It's
I have a
still
wizard head
glitchy.
now.
McChicken.
Have you updated your game recently?
Is there an update?
There could be. I'm not sure. Also, be careful with the saw. That one,
I'm
if
a
you know
fan
about
of this.
if you know about the crate, that does a similar thing.
Legs just blew me.
Nice.
Didn't even get a thank you. Jeez.
Careful, I have a diamond.
I appreciate it.
Diamond.
Breakable.
Diamond. I do it.
Gazpacho.
Bye,
Gazpacho.
Legs. It was nice knowing you.
Bonsai.
Bonzoi.
Oh. Oh no.
Diamond.
I came, I saw.
Gefunden.
Ababa.
Gazpacho.
Gazpacho! Mamma
Gazpacho.
mia!
Computer. I can play Minecraft with this.
Soup.
Legs.
I don't know where Lex is.
We lose Legs.
Oh, maybe not.
I gotta. Legs, here. I have a ring for you. Legs, here.
Oh,
I have a
clown,
gift.
clown!
Careful, there's
Oh.
a clown.
Explosive mine! Eat this, stupid. That one sucked.
Oh.
That worked. Oh, it did!
Oh, okay.
Yay.
I took some damage, but it worked out.
Thanks.
Yay!
Hey.
Is Legs okay?
Clown has been dematerialized.
Hey, Legs, I have a gift.
We killed
for you.
clown.
Aw.
In game, not real.
Careful.
I'm dodging.
Thank you.
Ring.
Oh, crown.
Ring.
Crown. Running with a crown.
Crown.
Meep.
Merp, merp.
Meep. Crown.
Okay. I think,
Don't tell Sonic.
yeah, we might soon be in a situation where we should extract.
Probably.
There are 2 extraction points, so maybe.
What?
Is that a book? What's up? Wait, there's something up there in the wall. What's that?
Which one?
We can
Up-
maximize
up over there.
what we get out of this.
There's something in
it's-
the wall.
It's a pocket watch, and it's very well stuck.
Interesting.
I don't think that's coming out.
It's a
Pull it out.
fantastic spawn location.
But yeah, I had that happen a few times. It is sad.
That's the best place to keep your
I
pocket watch.
have-
Is in the wall.
What else is in here? No. No Chinese. No Chinese. I'm just gonna bring this like
Probably an
Container.
extraction point over here you could bring it to.
Okay, let me get the card back.
I got a tip.
Good.
Yeah.
That way, if there's anything else big, then we don't have to
I
worry
got
about squeezing it in with this. Alright.
I got
Ready?
Ready?
Mwah.
one more.
Hooray. That's a lot of
Money.
bonus.
Heck yeah. That's a
Bonus.
turbo launch.
Bonus.
Oh my god, money.
Money.
It has an item.
An entire item?
Yes, an entire watch that wasn't stuck in the wall.
Whoa.
Ooh. Oh my god, I'm inside Ixon.
Oh boy. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Dollar.
Ooh, there's a monkey. Oh, there's things over here.
Yeah. There's also an extraction over here.
We could just
Monkey.
take him to the
Oh,
extraction.
nice. That's the
We'll wait
only
for the
one
cart
we
to come
still
through.
need.
Because the cart's on its way.
Did you already look into all of the crates
Over here?
I believe so.
I just got down from that. I was trying to see if there's a way up, but it doesn't look like it. So
There was the boxes on the left over there where you are. There was a that's where the watch was.
I'm not seeing anything on this side. Then.
Shiny plate.
Plate.
Good.
I got the plate.
A cup.
Another cup.
Okay, I think we got everything then marked.
This one
looks
more
like it.
I think so.
And
This
there's one more
one-
item on that I see.
on top here.
One little tiny.
Oh. Whoa. What is that?
Okay. I think I might run ahead.
Yeah, it might
Yeah.
help with the enemies spawning between.
Also, the clown is very mean.
Are there enemies spawning?
Oh yeah, that pocket watch doesn't want to. I still want it.
The stuck watch?
Oh, is there more?
Not really. I'm not seeing anything else.
Okay. To the van.
It's probably gonna be clown.
Probably. I miss my van. I wish it would work.
Van?
Yeah, I drive a van, or I drove a van. It currently does not drive.
Oh no.
At the van. Hey, clown. Look here. Yeah, over here. Come this way. This way, clown. What do you think of me being out of your reach? You can't see me? Hey,
Very annoying.
stop that.
Especially if you have a few.
Oh, no!
Oh, one person died.
Uh-oh.
No, it's eating me! It's eating me! Let me go!
Yay,
Okay.
welcome back.
I got Ixen too now.
Oh no.
You.
Oh
no.
Ooh, we got a chip. Yay.
You and your shithead.
You got a chip.
Ah!
Yeah.
I got the truck. Ay, ay, ay.
Thank
Ow.
you.
How did
Okay.
I die?
Well, I have no clue.
Apparently it has a melee, but we're also...
We're
The
in
first...
the van, so Nexus
Why
could
is
probably...
it in the van? It shouldn't be in the van!
Oh no, it goes in the van.
You don't want to use the explosive.
You could.
You certainly could.
Since... Yeah, but it's a waste because we can't actually use whatever.
Explosion.
Explode.
Yay.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what got me, but that second time, but I think it was an explosion. That was collateral damage.
Oh.
The physics hurts.
Yeah. So
Yes.
apparently, the clown has melee. I did not know about.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
clown
it'll
has
stomp you
kick.
if you're close enough.
No, like it pulled me out from underneath the thing.
Oh.
Oh, gimme. I want strength. Give me strength.
But I really want this map player count.
Ooh, indestructible drone.
Those are nice to have.
Yeah. Let's see.
I want the strength.
I would like a sprint speed and an energy if possible.
Oh my god, there's
Can I
no
get
needs
more
around here.
range?
Range would be nice. Could we afford if I got
No way
more
we're
range?
affording that.
I'd be close. Hmm.
I'm here.
Hi here.
Let me up. I want up.
Might be a little too much.
Up.
It might be conflicting a bit. Okay.
Now everybody has to give the kobold up.
Yeah.
Yes.
At the same time.
Yes, of course. How else are you supposed to do it?
I got needed.
Oh, there's a grenade!
Card.
Cobalt card?
Kobo card. Racing.
I want up. I want up. I want up.
I want to absolutely play Kobo Kart.
I want
I'm
up.
a piece.
Get some Cobalt Twitcher streamers together and then have everyone have their own vehicle.
Oh, I want to try something. Can I launch myself up with this?
Then we have Sayo or Tilra.
I'm up.
Well, they're kobold.
The cobalt way.
That was such a kobold way of getting up here.
E. Humble launch.
Ah! I got launched backward.
Actually, I wonder if that will work. Oh, careful, that actually hurts.
Oh!
No! Kobold!
I forgot that actually hurts.
If you buy stuff, Kobo will come back.
That's true. Like, you gotta come down.
Humble launch.
Let's get something that's less dangerous in here. Hmm.
What?
Dragon
Hello.
Kurt. Dragon Kurt.
Humble launch.
Racing.
Dragon Kurt. It says... Oh, that's for the Kurt. Like, it says that you're 18k, but no, that's the Kurt. Ah!
Head charger.
Yeah, but actually, now
Head charger.
I have a plan.
Legs, are you coming down?
Dang it.
Mwah.
Uh-oh.
Ignites a grenade and then stands on it.
No, that actually, I want to test something. I put this in here. And don't come in here.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize it was a private thing. I'll
It's fine.
We'll come over.
It's okay. I respect the privacy and everything.
Wait, we get our own photo over here.
Okay?
It's just,
I will stare out this window and not bother you or anyone.
No, wait, come over to this cart. Come over to this cart instead.
This window's great. There's a hill. There's a
No,
fence,
fine. I'll bring the
some
cart over here to
shrubbery.
you. Here.
There's some trees.
Oh my gosh, look how gray that sky is.
Where's the furry?
There's a 1.
K in the top of my screen.
I don't know what it means. Ah!
Aha! They've been captured.
Here, put her in my cart with me. I want to share carts with her.
I'm being
Maybe.
stolen!
Ah! Ah!
Need.
Imagine if you're in a grocery store and if you tried to steal any of the items, they just started shouting, "Help! I'm being stolen!"
I mean, I kind of do that sometimes, but
Actually, that actually does remind me of one of the Muppets movies. I think it's the Christmas Carol one. There's a vegetable stand, and there's like a street
yeah.
urchin that tries to steal some of the veggies. It's like, "Help! I'm being stolen! Help me!"
I was trying to steal the dragon.
Which no, careful, that's scary.
I was holding crystal.
Trigger mine. Trigger mine. Trigger mine. There we go. Why did it wait so long? That hood. I want to put this on the mine. Make the mine indestructible.
What?
Is this trick?
I'm on top of the extraction.
You're on top of the world.
I see the light.
That's an interesting concept. What happens if you put an indestructible drone on a grenade?
Oh, it's getting
It didn't
dark.
actually lock onto the mine. There you go. I'm showing Kobo the light.
I'm not
Remember
high
your
enough.
eyes against it.
I
Remember
want to
your eyes
be
against the light bulb.
higher,
Kobo,
higher.
don't go towards the light.
I must. It's so shiny. Get me up there. It's so shiny. What?
What did you do to the roof?
Kobo not shiny enough.
There is no roof.
Oh, it's getting
How
dark. My
many
camera is not
strings do you
working
have?
anymore.
Oh, can we buy the roof? Let's purchase the roof.
I don't think it's worth anything.
Oh.
Oh, so we can take it for free.
Okay, let's take it for free.
Oh my god, it's free.
Roof.
Now I'm actually gonna I'm gonna end the stream here.
No.
Aw.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I didn't wake up at 3 a.m. today, it would be much better.
If I didn't wake up at 3 a.m., it would also be much better.
It's okay. Next week I'll still play more.
Crunchy.
I've been snacking over here.
Amazing.
Tumble lunch.
Oh no!
Wow, what's going on here?
There you go. Give you all your pride.
Yeah, cover us up.
There you go.
Very important.
Have fun.
It's
Pillow
the
fort.
polite thing to do.
Ah, I missed.
Oh, it is getting so dark. My camera is not working at all.
You think you're gonna escape me?
Oh no.
I'm gonna go open up the lights for a bit.
Oh, 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 oh. I'm
Here,
being
I have,
shoved.
I have a friend.
Friend.
I'm being tossed and tumbled.
There we go.
Oh no.
Yeah. I'm back.
Hi, back. Hello, back. We're all having fun underneath the roof panel.
Yep.
The roof panel.
It fell.
The roof. The roof. The roof is on fire. Oh wait, no, that's the Nexus. Why are you on fire?
The roof is on panels.
Feel like a room without a roof.
Have a nice rest of your day. Thank you, Bracky.
Take care, Boraki.
Wait, why do I have Kilbar's cosmetic
What?
on her stream?
Oh yeah, you do. I have everything. I put on everything, and then you also put on everything. I thought it's a coincidence.
Not on my side, actually.
Yeah,
Maybe try
no.
updating things. I
You
feel
two have
like things are
different
just very broken.
cosmetic.
I see Nexus
That's
as a head.
fascinating. Yeah, big head.
We should probably continue to the road scene so that way we can save stuff.
Yeah. Tumble launch.
Ah! Lift. Now kiss. Mwah, 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 mwah.
Was it crunch?
Oh yeah, crunch.
Ooh. Crunch.
Ooh, crunch.
Crunch, crunch, crunch.
You next?
Need.
Hey.
Need.
Wanna...
I just noticed. Nobody has the leg side. Oh, the legs aren't in this pack. Oh, okay.
The pigs?
No legs.
The digigrade legs I had last with in Corex's repo.
There's a
There's
digigrade
legs.
leg.
Yeah,
There's some
apparently it's a
hooves
different
in
pack.
there.
Yo, is it like another
There's
mod pack?
hooves.
Yeah.
There's also wheels too. And wheels and hooves.
So we can
Like
be.
there are some
other
extreme
cosmetic.
nails on your feet.
So we can be Koraidon. We can be Pokemon.
Could be Magikarp.
There's a
I don't remember if there's a
magic
magic
cap.
A mundane carp.
There's a magic cap.
Danecarp.
If I forget if it was Moorhead Plus or which one it was, I'll have to check. on it.
Less head minus.
What's head minus?
Instead of ride on, it could be ride off.
Hi, magic cap. No,
You can ride
I
on
said
me.
magic cap. There's a magic cap in chat.
Ooh, magic cap. Cow.
Who said carp?
Magic car.
Car.
Magic cart.
Magic.
Magic card.
I like,
Racing.
Hello.
I like car.
And welcome.
Thanks for the follow, magic cap.
Magic cap. Magic cap.
Wow.
Hello.
I'm
I
actually.
think Moorhead Plus probably has the other ones.
Then maybe next time we could try that one.
Ah!
Yeah.
What about Excessive Head Plus?
Uppies. Oh no.
I'm strong now.
Uppies. Uppies.
Bonus uppies.
All the uppies.
I wonder if my hat actually works as a parachute.
I hope so. That would be nice.
Good question.
If it doesn't, I'll be disappointed.
Understandable.
I
I'll
like
be upset
how
on your behalf.
I like how Poss's crown is underneath my character that's on her head. Because everything's broken for me.
It's extra broken because I don't think I should even have a crown.
Bonus uppies.
Doesn't it give it to the
Bonus
host
uppies.
if there is no prior winner?
You know, if it does, I wasn't aware of that, but that sounds about right.
Right.
No, no.
Yeah.
The window is too small.
This place is not
This
big
window
enough.
is great. Ah!
No!
I've been tossed in the bin!
You just fell backward. On my screen, you just like looked at me and fell backwards into the bin.
Oh, there's robot dragon cosmetics.
I want it.
Robot.
Ooh.
Yeah, I want it.
Yes, please. I need that.
I don't like the robot,
Dark
but I like the
mode.
dragon.
Wait, what happens if I change something? If I do that, does everyone else have that? No, it's just me that still has it. Interesting.
Maybe I can. Okay, I'll add some stuff and then like maybe see how to generate a code so that y'all can have it for next time.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. The generating a code is actually quite easy. In the profile, there's a share button, and you just hit the share.
Charizard head?
Yeah, but sometimes you have a bunch of mods on and then it just breaks stuff. But sometimes it takes some experimenting.
I'm Waluigi again.
Waluigi?
I'm
Waluigi.
I'm actually gonna I'm gonna
Are you gonna win?
I'm gonna end the stream
You
first.
gonna win?
Yeah. Run away.
I forgot you're still streaming.
I've been sat on.
By a Kobo.
Oh, I must sit on the legs.
Eh.
I missed.
Yeah.
Dragon too big cannot.
It's already full. We can't get in.
Dragon too big cannot.
Settings.
There we go. I'm in.
Mhm.
Oh, and I'm out.
Okay, so
Not enough space.
Going in.
for your needs, I'll put the mod pack code in chat so that you can update the profile, and I guess for anybody else watching the stream that would like to play around with the mods that we've got.
That works. I
You
copy.
too can have the
I like the. I had the once, but the wasn't enough.
Duh, sounds good.
Oops. I just accidentally launched REPO again, so let's see if that breaks my game.
Bonus
Ooh.
repo. I mean, we're ending anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Yo dog, I heard you like repo, so I put repo in your repo, so you can repo while you repo.
Whoa.
I like repoing,
Oh, you know what? I forgot to.
but not IRO.
I'm actually
Not
gonna.
Arrow.
I'm gonna remake the profile thing.
The code?
And the reason is because I
Bonus.
forgot to get rid of the extra players mod in there.
Oh, yeah.
That
It'll
works.
make more sense that way.
Also, you can check what the
Use
map
that
while
one
dead
instead.
is called and put that into the chat in the Discord thingy that we have.
Right. Oh no, so Corix actually added it to his mod list, so
Ah, it is already added? Okay, okay.
yeah. It didn't happen until after we were done last time, but every time we start, he always puts the code in just so that we'll have it.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
Hi, Sorrow. Oh my god, it's Sorrow.
I just figured I make a note so we don't forget, but if it's already in, then it's fine.
No, Kobo is too fat. I'm stuck.
No. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Nice.
Hey.
Figured out
Alright.
Hello.
Figured out why I fall off the thing.
I'm
Why do you
gonna...
fall off?
What the heck?
I'm gonna close the game first.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna go get dinner and probably gonna sleep early today.
Alright.
Thanks for playing with me.
Yay!
Thanks again for having me. It was fun as always.
Thank you for inviting me. Sorry I was late.
It's all good. I wanna do this next Saturday as well, so I'll hopefully I won't be too late on informing people about this. So
no worries.
yeah.
It wasn't that you're late on informing. It was basically not being best.
It's okay. No pressure, honestly.
And I've had a change in career happen, so I've been on quite a different schedule lately as I try to find another job.
Ah, yeah. It's okay. No pressure. If you can join, it's nice. But if you cannot, it's also fine. Yeah.
If I can find the
It's
time,
nice
I'll
to
hop
have you.
It's always nice to have you guys playing with me. Take care. Alright, I'm gonna off first. Thanks for playing with me again.
Goodbye.
Bye bye.
Take care.
Night night.
Bye. Night night.
Combo lunch.
Let's explode the lobby.
Oh, can I self-destruct?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't self-destruct first. Oh, yikes. Yeah, Repo is pretty fun with friends, not gonna lie. But then also because today I'm super exhausted. So I'm like super duper low energy pretty much constantly. Ah man. Hopefully hopefully next week it doesn't happen again. I mean it's a very rare case that my cousin sort of needs help, so well, it's all good. You did well for low energy. Thank you. I mean, it was fun playing with y'all, so I'm glad. I'm just glad to be here. And the too soon, that would be the fun way to end it. The the self-destruct. Wait, the self-destruct actually works? Oh my god, so many pets. I forgot to open up music. I want to listen to this one. Monster Hunter is always good. Oh my god, so many pets. I love pet. Oh my god. let me check the Kobo tag. Also, I forgot to change the title. It's not just Nexus now. There's X and Lex and Post Patrol, and yeah, there's more people. I forgot to change. Yeah, Toonbolt is streaming. I kinda want to raid into Toonbolt. I changed my title. Oh, Ixon is 7. Well, I can still do this. Once the stream was to change the title, that works. That's Ixon, one of the friends. Also Post Patrol, one of the friends that play together. Also Lexu, also play together. Of course, there's also the Nexus. Heck yeah. Go look at them, they're so heckin' sweet. Amazing. It's always nice playing REPO with y'all on Saturday, it feels nice. Let's raid. Yeah, let's raid Toonbolt, why not? I like raiding into Toonbolt. I always like raiding into Toonbolt, and then Toonbolt is like either burger or taco. Yeah, currently it's burger. Burger, taco. It's nice to look forward to, heck yeah. It's very fun if I can be up early enough. Yeah, time zone is... Time zone is pretty bleh. Yeah, let's raid Toonbolt. Let me plug my things real quick. I have my car here. And I have my Bernie. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. And I also have a Discord channel. Bam! I announce my stream stuff over there. First 10, usually. And there's a dragon simping corner. Very, very nice. I mean, honestly, it's not just for dragons. It's for reptilians in general, right? Or anything you find cool, actually. Yeah, with proper credit, it's definitely like preferable, right? So heck yeah. 15 Undertale with shrimp again. I'm actually shrimping right now. My posture is very bad. But speaking of posture, tomorrow it's art day again. And before I forget about this, because Monday is Wisaitie. Yeah, Monday is Hari Wisak. Yeah, May 12th. This is the public holiday in Malaysia. The Hari Wisak. Wisaitie. So because of that, my sisters are not working, and I kind of want to spend time with them during Monday. And I know Monday is art day. So here's the plan. I will do art tomorrow, as usual, and I will do art on next Thursday. Yeah, because I feel like I should do more art now since I'm having, since I have like, I'm actually. Money's on the table now, so it's not. I know me saying this is kind of bad as well, right? Doing it for the money, obviously, but it's also like part of the motivation, I guess, to put it very bluntly. Oh man, But yeah, I'll still do art on for tomorrow on Sunday, and I also do art on Thursday. Then I mean, it's also like I don't want them to wait for too long since money's on the table now, right? So we'll do like a consistent 2 days of art per week kind of thing now, and hopefully I can keep at it because I genuinely do love doing art. Yeah, that's why I never really just drop it entirely. I just need to be less scared about doing art and just, you know, create things. Heck yeah. As social and fun time as it is what you're doing here, and you deserve to be compensated for it. I don't know. I don't know if I consider this as work, but I don't know. I kind of feel bad. Like every time I know I ask for money sometimes. I know.
It is toe.
It makes me feel bad. But at the same time, it's kind of like sometimes I need it, right? Oh my god, Nick. But yeah, I really appreciate it when people even consider the like, even considering donating through coffee. Just that alone already like makes me feel kind of special. Right? So that's how I feel, honestly. So yeah, Monday no stream. I'll say this on Discord, and Thursday will be the usual stream where I do art that time. So yeah, I'll say everything about this on Discord so that people will know what's going on. It's like, hey, why Monday? Where the Kobo? Huh? Why like this one? Like, I don't want that to happen. So I'll always try to be as clear as possible so that I don't want people to just stay in my channel and then suddenly it's like, oh, I didn't stream but I didn't announce it anywhere, and then people might be like, oh no, Kobo gone, oh god. Like that thought alone gives me a little anxiety. I personally don't like that. So yeah, I'll much rather be honest about almost everything. I say almost everything. Oh my god, lavender. But yeah, it was fun. Right? I'm glad to be able to play a repo with friends again today. Heck yeah. I caught the lavender. It's mine now. Here's the raid message. I want a fish as well. And then be typing the raid to Tunebug. Kobo is your limit. Dang it. Okay, that works. With the newspaper as bait. Ooh. Yeah, I type in the raid. I'm probably gonna go rest a lot earlier today. Ooh. So, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love y'all so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all. Right? And here comes the raid to Toonbold, a Kobold friend. Thanks again for having me along and thanks for stream. Of course! It was fun. Thank you. Oh my god, milk. One un plus one un. Thanks for streaming. Heck yeah. Thanks for being here. No, thank you guys. Oh my god, thanks for being here. I feel special every time I do this. makes me feel giddy and happy. Even though I don't sound like it sometimes. Especially right now because I am like half asleep doing this. Oh, let's get that diet. There's 2 sets I need to do. Okay, I'll do it off stream then. I'm already raiding out. It's okay. I'll tell you guys when I did it tomorrow. Heck yeah. What? I'm okay. Oh, the music changed. Wow. I'll wait for the timer to go down. So, take care, everyone. See you guys tomorrow. Mwah. Bye bye. A Squish Kobold says bye bye. Oh my god. Squish Kobold. This is fine. Yeah, this is fine.